Hi. Hi, everybody. Welcome in. Good to see you again. For a momentous day today. Monumental, you could call it. Because today is the end of a year's worth of playthroughs. The final day of the final run of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet Monotype Challenge. The final day. Kind of sad in a way, isn't it? That we're this far in. And it's about to be over. So we'll get on and crack on in a few minutes because we do need to motor actually. We got a lot to do. Including the addition of another Pokemon to the team which needs to be leveled, so that's going to take a little while. So we've got plenty of stuff to do today. So yeah, we're going to get onto that pretty soon. I hope you guys are doing good. Hope everyone is having a decent one today. So we have plenty of things to do, so we're going to have to really... We can't really afford to get stuck anywhere today. We kind of need to just, like, breeze through pretty quickly. If we can. So, yeah, we kind of need to have things work out for us there. How many times do I think I'll play through Scarlet or Violet? Well, I mean, I've already played for it 18 times, so... I don't know. Probably not that many more. 18's quite a lot as it is, you know? Like, playing for... If I played for it another 18 times, that would be a bit excessive, I think. So I don't know. Kind of hard to say, because I can't predict the future. But probably not that many. We've got a few runs and things we'll probably... meme about with, but I'm not gonna well, I mean, I don't know, who can say for sure? Like, who can say for sure, I guess. Probably not as many as I've done currently, though. Probably not another 18, I can say that much. But yeah, welcome in though, everybody. Mirage, Shags, Cassidy, Stream Elements, the Goats. I appreciate you guys being here. Welcome in. The lab. It is the lab. I'm going to get a game up in the background because we need to get going. We got a lot of stuff to do, as I say. So, first things first, we're going to have to do some level grinding because we can get everyone up to 60. Because we are technically a fight behind because we chose not to do it last time. If you were here, you'll already know this. Flawless record is gone. It was shattered last time by Grusher. Because of an unlucky 10% chance to freeze on the final turn. And we got frozen by Ice Beam in a 1v1 with Haxorus versus Altaria. And we lost the fight because of it. So, yeah, we then came back and won second time. So we've already dropped a bunch of frames as well. So I'm not sure, we must have had a little lag spike in the middle of that. But so, yeah, we've already done the last gym. We're ready to do the Elite Four, as we always are. Because as I say, every single time we do this, when we get to stream number 4, it is the end game clearance. And it's everything else we have to do towards the end game. So, there you go. Thank you for the silent look. So yeah, we're at that end point where we just need to kind of clear everything off. So that's what we're going to be doing now. So we're just going to continue on where we left off. Get our level grind going up to level 60. Including the addition of Dreepy, who we added to the roster. From, oh my god, we went up to level 24 in one Pokemon. But this is our newest Pokemon added to the team. It's Dreepy. Clear body, increase speed, minus defense. Did come from my other profiles. You can see original trainer was me, just on Pokemon Sword and Shield. So there you go. So we have Dreepy now as well. So we will have Dragapult when it evolves at level 60 anyway. So it's going to take a while for that. But yeah, first thing that we have to do today really is beat Ortega. So we do have to do the fairy fight still, which is going to be a bit of a pain, I think. So we'll kind of have to hold on for that one. It's going to be a bit of a struggle. The rest of it, I think, today should actually not be too bad. I think we're going to open up quite easily today and kind of cut loose, so we'll see. I could be wrong. Seafood pasta and vanilla syrup for my coffees. Hello. All right, okay. Mirage going hard in the kitchen today. That's what we love to see. Good stuff, my dude. Well, I hope it's a good venture in the kitchen. We also need to make sure that Sligu stays at level 59. Yeah, Sligu can't afford to get up to level 60 because it only evolves to Goodra when it's raining. So we either need for it to rain here and then, you know, like power level it really quickly while it's raining, or the other option is we go find somewhere on the map where it is raining and then we use a rare candy on it. So we're gonna have to go do that, but we'll figure it out either way. Connection's kicking my ass today. Dodgy connection today as it shags then. I know how that feels. Mine's been okay recently, but it has been a little finicky here and there. We don't have enough ingredients. Oh, bruh. That's so annoying. We don't have the ingredients. That's so annoying. Back to Artisan we go to buy more sandwich ingredients. That's really frustrating, though. Having internet, like, spottiness is one of the most infuriating things ever. I hate it, you know? Spottiness on an internet connection is so frustrating, man. Yeah. I hate it so much. Not this one, is it? It's the other one. I never remember where the ingredients are at these goddamn sandwich shops. Just give me what I need. Okay, there we go. Buy 3. Oh, speaking of spotty internet. We're in the yellow again. There we go, we're back in the green. Hopefully this isn't a sign of things to come. Because we've just had another little mini spike there. We've now dropped 600 frames instead of 500. Not optimal, I've got to say. Yeah. Crack on though. No fucking around. That's what we're doing. We're just getting into it. Getting going. Hey, Socially, how are you? I just realized as well, you've got like the perfect name there as well, because you've got pink colored name. You've got the pink first, like, founder badge and the pink diamond. Kind of worked out perfectly there, didn't it? I didn't even realize. You got like the full color, color coordinated name. Oh no, we're lagging again. Why is my connection lagging again, man? What's happening? Okay, so I guess we're gonna have like a day of lag spikes. So yeah, I guess I'll warn you all now. Today looks like it's gonna be a little laggy here and there, so we'll have to kind of put up with that. So apologies for the dodgy internet. How are you doing though, Socially? And Oreo as well. Hello. How are you? How are you guys doing? Oh my god, we're in the red now. What is... Why is it so, like, all over the place? Really odd. My connection's so, like, all over the place. This is weird. Not sure what that's all about, but... Hi, everybody. Oh, this is annoying. It's not like super big lag spikes, but it's like... I can see the spottiness on it where it's like dropping off on the connection and then... It's not even like disconnecting, reconnecting or anything. It's just it's dropping down to like in the red unstable connection for a second or two and then it comes back. Really annoying. How have you been though, Socially? It's nice to see you, my dude, as always. Always a pleasure to have you here, of course. Muddy water's not a bad idea to have on Goodra, you know? Only 85 accuracy, though. Yeah, we won't go with that. Trying to get the motivation to clean because I just want to sit here and rot. I mean, that does sound like a good plan, though, sitting there and rotting. You know? Seems fine on your end. That's good, though. I hope that it's not too bad on, yeah, on you guys' end, at least. I suppose that makes it easier if it's just kind of a little funky on your end. I probably just think it's worse than it is, but that's good to hear, though. Yeah, you could sit there and rot if you wanted to. I'm not going to enable you, but you could if you wanted to, and we wouldn't think anything of it, you know? Up to you. Doing alright on my annual Skyrim binge. How are you guys? Ayo. We actually started playing Skyrim on Tuesday. We're going to be trying 100% it on stream. So we started on Tuesday with our 100% run. So there you go. I'm on my, not quite annual, but I'm on a Skyrim binge all of a sudden. Of course, today as well as the last episode of Pokemon Monotype as well, because this is the last run in the last part of it. So no gyms, none of that stuff today. We just got the final grind to the end game, which is going to be really cool. Thank you for the Yoda Death Maximum. Welcome into you as well. It's going alright, though, socially. I think it's going alright. Things have been okay. I'm vaguely excited. Well, I'm excited, but also not excited because the pre-orders for the new Pokemon set went up yesterday that I said we were probably going to open on stream, which is good. But at the same time, it's bad because that means I have to spend money. And nobody likes spending money. So it's like, good thing, but bad thing to get the good thing, you know? So it's like, well, that sucks, but hey, it'll make a fun stream, so... You know? So, no, other than that, I'm actually doing pretty good, though. Gotta say, I'm feeling okay, you know? Feeling alright. Had a decent couple of days here and there. And, yeah, not much to complain about, honestly, for me, I would say. Don't need to rot, I need to clean. How desperately do you need to clean, though? Like, how bad do you need to clean? Desperately? Or... I feel like I shouldn't even go into this territory, should I? How's Altaria not a level 60 yet? What's happening? Again, we need to wait for the rain for Goodra, basically. Now, one thing I don't know if this is possible. If you had a Pokemon with Rain Dance, and you used Rain Dance, and Goodra leveled up while it was raining in battle, I don't know if that counts. That's one thing to keep in mind. I'm not sure if that's actually a viable way, if that's a way you can do it or not. So, yeah, I don't actually know if that's possible. 3P is also level 39 now, so he's leveling up in the middle of that. So tired of stepping on cat litter so desperately. Okay, you should go do it then. I'm not gonna enable you. You need to go do it. You need to go do it. Those two miscreant cats causing a mess. You know, you need to go get it sorted. We'll be here the whole time. Don't worry. You can have me in your ear. That'll be enough motivation to make you clean. Surely, listening to me rambling on about random shit for the next hour, right? That's a nice reward for cleaning and being responsible, right? Desperately need this vacation to be longer, but that's not gonna happen. I feel like that's the it's always the thing with vacations, isn't it? It's no matter how long they are, you always feel like you could have done with a little bit more. Always the way. I think because it's like you just get used to it. If it's like a week or something, you just get used to it by the time that you now need to, like, you know, start getting used to, I need to go back again soon, don't you? It takes you like 3 or 4 days to get used to I'm on vacation. And then by the time you've got into the I'm on vacation, like, mindset, you have to go back again. And it's like the worst thing ever. Really annoying. Is that a reward? I don't know. You tell me. I'd say probably not, because it involves listening to me. But some people might. Some people might like listening to me, I don't know. They might like listening to me rambling on about nothing. Who knows? You know. Who knows? Some people do, some people don't, I suppose. Just the way it is. Gotta be careful with Goodra here, because we're actually getting really close. Or Sliggoo, because we're getting quite close to 60 now. Axew is ready. So some of our main roster of big boys is now done here. Our heavy hitters are starting to get through there. Chuck old Dragonite up front. Oh, we had another random freeze there for a second. I think we're okay though. Go for... let's try the Dragon Rush. Why not? That was a crit as well. God damn. Crit Dragon Rush on 75% chance to hit. Don't mind if I do. I really hope it starts raining here. That would just be amazing. Oh, here we go. Dragon Rush again. And we missed. Classic Dragon Rush, that is. Can we get it on the next attempt? Come on, Dragonite. And we missed. Classic Dragon Rush. Can we do it on attempt 3? Why did we even have Dragonite in the team? That's what I think. Attempt number 3. Yay, we actually landed it. Let's go. Only took us a large amount of pain for us to do it. What we got there? We now have level 59 Sliggoo. And we now have level 59 Dragonite. Yeah, I don't know if Rain Dance actually, like, makes a difference. If it does, I actually think we can get Rain Dance on Goodra. Or Sliggoo, so... It is possible. I don't know if it's, like, something we can actually do to get that to work. Whether that would, like, works as a way of cheesing it or not. But Goodra, I actually think, will be quite useful today, because... It's one of the few dragons we'll have that will be able to be used right away anyway. There'll be an out-and-out special attacker. The Hydro Pump's a risk, but I think it's worth taking it. My stream keep freezing. Yeah. Do we keep freezing every couple of minutes? Because I think we are, aren't we? Which is weird, because now I'm looking at it, it doesn't look like we're actually having any weird lag spikes again. Yet, it feels like my stream keeps freezing. I'm very confused. What is happening today? Why is everything broken? Oh, I also haven't got the mix-it-up stuff open, have I, for Noxcat? Hang on, no one redeem Noxcat for a few minutes, okay? Hang fire on the Noxcats for a minute. Just keep it in mind, I haven't got it open yet.
Embrace democracy, or you will be eradicated.
Froze when I first joined, it was fine after that. Weird. Oh, Frigiback's about to evolve. I think now if I just refresh the thing. I think for the thing maximum. I think Noxcat should be working now. Okay, if you know, you're now allowed to redeem it and it'll actually work. Welcome back, Shags. Now you need to redeem it. You need to test it. See, 6'11" Frigibacks. There he's a tall mon. Big boy. There he is. Noxcat back out as well. We got Noxcat with us. We got Frigibacks up to Arctobax and now up to Baxcalibur again, the weird-looking dragon. Mr. Stegosaurus over here. How close are we on leveling? 4,000 XP. We can do that with a rare candy. Alright, we'll take Sliggoo out. Pop Sliggoo down there. Let's chuck in Dino. How about that? Dino. Thank you, Shags, for the redeems. I appreciate it. And for the Liberty Prime. Maximum as well. I don't know. My stuff's like messing with me today. Making me think that it's lagging and then it's kind of lagging, but it's not lagging. And I don't know. I don't like it, though. That's all I know. We also got Little Dreepy. He's almost evolved. He's now up to almost level 50. Which shows you how fast he was able to gain XP in comparison to some of the big dogs here. Because he was level 0. Well, level 1, I guess, fresh when we started. He was like the original Pokemon. He had no XP on him. Nothing had happened to him. And then all of a sudden, now he's level 47. He's like right up there now, you know? Cat gear successfully deployed, yeah. Successful deployment, you're right. There we go. Dragalge up to 60 as well, so we now have our fairy counter. Successfully leveled up, so that's another one up to level 60. Chuck Flapple in, Fruit Boy, into the mix. We can do this all within one sandwich, that would be nice, just in case, because I don't know if I'm going to run out of ingredients. This is actually going slightly quicker than I thought it would as well, but I think it honestly comes down to the fact that the dragon types, because they're all quite powerful attackers, like we're one-shotting the Blissies. So, oh nice. Another giant fucking lag spike right after I talked about the internet gaslighting me and making think that it was lagging. Another big lag spike. That was actually a huge one then. We just dropped like 900 frames. I don't know what's going on with this. Well, apologies for the internet problems, everybody. I know it's kind of annoying to have to keep refreshing stream and stuff. But... yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. Probably be something stupid like the weather, considering the ISP that I have. Nice. Tailwind. Yeah, that could be good, you know. No, you know, we don't need it. We have Dragon Dance. We don't need Tailwind. We have got Dino now, though, evolved into Zvyloose, so that's good. We're one step closer to the even bigger and better dragon that we can't use for a while. We're getting closer. Because now he's level 50. And next level as well, we'll also have Dreepy evolve into a Dracloak. That's quite handy, isn't it? We're going to have 2 second stage dragons again real soon. And everyone else is getting very close to maxing out on the cap of 60. So this has gone actually way quicker than I thought it would be, as we're in the red again on OBS. I love that. Only for a second, but we dipped in again. And I don't know why my connection is so unstable. There you go. There's Dracloak, though. Can't get it in this game because it's the Violet exclusive, but in my case, I had to get one from Sword and Shield and just drag it across, so... But it wants to learn the move Dragon Pulse, so we actually get a good move now with our 77 special attack. So we'll take on Dragon Pulse over Astonish. I don't know if we'll actually keep it on Dragapult anyway. Because we'll probably end up just specking into Dragon Darts and go from there. Fruit Boy is also now up to level 60, the legend himself. So Fruit Boy with an eye. He's ready there. Let's chuck Tatsugiri in. Excalibur will be done soon. I really hope it rains around here. That would be great. If it rains in-game, that would be super useful, so we don't have to go hunting a place in the map where it's raining. Again, unless we can force it by rain dancing, but I don't think that works. Haven't been noticing any problems on my end of stream, though, so the dips don't seem to be hurting anything yet. That's good, though. I'm glad that, because a couple of you have said that now, that it doesn't seem to be having a problem on you guys' end, which is good. It's just really annoying for me, because I keep seeing everything freeze, and it's like, you know. Obviously, big DCs and things like that can happen, and they're always annoying, because it just disrupts everything, and yeah. Everybody knows how it is when you get a ton of big internet problems. You get fully disconnected and shit, you know? It becomes a real annoyance, and especially in the middle of stream, and people have to keep tabbing in to, you know, lurkers have to keep tabbing in to refresh the stream, and it just goes back away. Bong in somebody. See you there with that Yoda. How is it going? Oh shit, we didn't want to do that. Blow out, I didn't want to fight you, I promise. Leave me alone. How you doing, somebody? We are having some minor like lag issues here and there, so if things are a little bit funky, then yeah, it's not on your end, it's probably on my end. Okay, so just a heads up, just in case anything lags or anything like that, you know. Blissey, that's what we wanted. Good, how are you? I am doing pretty good, I'd say. You're doing alright. Doing fairly well. How... no, I've already asked you that, haven't I? Don't need to ask it again. But yeah, I'm doing good. We're having a fun time with Pokemon right now. We're getting our grinding done for the final part of the Monotypes. Which is good. So we're making good progress here so far with our level grinding. We got half of our stuff up to level 60 already, including our Dragapult, which we'll be getting very soon. He's almost ready to evolve. Getting there. So we're in a good position. We're looking good. Challenge can be made harder. I mean, yeah, the challenge can be made harder. Yeah. There's always, it wasn't supposed to be the most difficult challenge in the world when I started it, you know? It's not a difficulty challenge, I would say. It's more of a... It makes you think rather than it's supposed to be really hard, you know? So you can make it harder indeed. I've chosen not to. If I wanted to make it harder, I could have just done it as a nuzlocke, where anytime anyone faints, they're considered dead, you know? I think we might actually have to use one of the special attackers to do something soon, because we're kind of running out of physicals on our team. Making it so you can only attack Pokemon the type your team is. Well, that'd be impossible to finish the game, though, because you wouldn't be able to attack half the Pokemon in the game. So it would make it harder by the fact that it would be literally impossible to finish, yeah. Unless you had one of every coverage type in the game as a secondary type, but even then I don't think that would be possible. Because I don't think you'd be able... I don't think any one singular type would have enough type combinations to make that happen successfully. So we've hit the 30-minute mark as well, because it seems to be that there's a BRB up right now, so we will stop for a second while we're waiting for that, then, I guess. So, there you go. Oh. Did the lag started again? Come on, lag spike. Go away, please. Let's have a look. Go on speed test stuff and see if I can find anything funky going on. Have a look, shall we? What do we have going on here? Oh, my download's actually going okay. Hey, Shaylay, how you doing, dude? We are, experiencing some minor technical difficulties right now via the form of my internet being kind of wild. Oh, my upload is definitely down. That must be what it is. It's running at about a third of what it should be. That being said, it should still be more than good enough to actually run the stream, so I don't know why it's spiking. Weird. It should be more than capable of handling it still. Even running low. I don't know. That's really odd. Yeah. Hang on, I need to reopen my chat so I can see stuff again. Yeah, I'm doing alright there, Shayla. I'm doing alright. How are you? Raw will be overridden when you're attacking a gym. Even still, though, you would still struggle, I think. Because, like, think of it like this, right? I'll give you the best example right now. You literally couldn't complete the game because you couldn't attack the Steel Elite Four member because there's no Steel-type dragons in the game. So you'd lose. But you couldn't finish it because there would be too many Pokemon you couldn't attack. I think. It would make it impossible. Like, right now, the only Pokemon I could use to level grind would be Cyclizar right here on the Blissies, so, like, that would work, but... yeah. You feel like shit? Uh-oh. What's happened, Shayla? Do you not sleep very well? Are you feeling sick? Or are you coming down with something? No, I swear everybody's getting sick at the minute. I've seen so many people getting sick right now. It's really odd in the middle of summer. Yeah, welcome back from the ads, everybody, as well. As I've explained many a time, we run the ads not only to support the stream, but also to remove the pre-roll so that anyone coming in who's not subscribed, of course, doesn't get immediately hit with an ad when they join the game. Join the stream. So thank you for sitting through them and helping to support not only the stream, but your fellow chatters by not making them have to watch an ad when they first join the stream. Put out sick today because I've been feeling awful all day. Oh, it's another one. They've got another one. It's to make the game harder. Yeah, but like, there's a difference between making the game harder and then creating a challenge that literally makes it impossible. Because at that point, what's the point of doing the challenge because you can't win? You know, that's kind of what I'm saying. It'd be like me saying I have to get from Copper to Champion rank in Rainbow Six Siege playing ranked without firing a bullet out of a gun. Like, in theory, that would be possible, but it basically would require you to do nothing and have 4 people carry you the entire way there. Like, it would be pointless doing it because you don't actually achieve anything by doing it, you know? And like with this, it would be literally impossible because you wouldn't be able to cover all the types with... like any... I don't think any type in the game would probably have full coverage of everything. I want to say water would probably have one of the most. Water has a lot of type combinations, from what I remember. But there's a few you'd be really screwed on if you tried to do them with just a monotype. Like rock, where you have 9 Pokemon and half of them are just solo rock types. I could have sworn that was a shiny Chansey then, one of the pale ones. It ran away, so we didn't see it, but... Also kind of sick. Yeah, everyone's getting sick. I'm telling you. Everyone's getting sick. Sick, definitely. IDK, what with exactly? Yeah, everybody's getting it. Everybody. Loads of people in the US I'm seeing are getting sick right now, which is really unusual for the summer. I don't know. Yeah, Shags was sick as well. Forks was sick recently. Oreo's been sick recently. May is sick at the minute. I saw that. She's been cancelling some streams here and there. It's been crazy. Everybody's getting sick as well. Sick of people's bull. Yeah. Yeah, no, like you say there, Shirley, I hope you guys all feel better soon, though, you know? Because it sucks being sick. I mean, especially in the summer, so... Just melee? See, that is the answer of someone who's never played R6 before. Just melee forehead, and it's like, yeah, with one-shot headshots while I'm playing against champion players who will inevitably just, you know... take my head off the second my earmuff comes round the corner of a door, you know? Like, in theory, yes, you could do it, but it would be impossible because people are too good to allow you to melee kill everybody. You know? I mean, I guess technically you could play shields these days, but that would kind of invalidate the challenge anyway, I think. But... yeah, I hope you guys feel better, though. Sick of people's bull, though. I love it. Doing a dragon type run, and what I meant was that you could only attack other dragon types. Yeah, but like, I think you don't seem to understand what I'm saying, though. The point still stands, whatever type you're talking about, that whatever type you use, you're fucked and you can't complete the game, because there will be something in the game you physically cannot attack. That's my point. It doesn't matter which type you choose. I'm pretty sure that in any given generation of Pokemon, it would be impossible to have full type coverage over every single thing in the game. And you will run into a Pokemon you physically cannot attack, which therefore guarantees that you lose. Because by the logic of saying you can't do it, you can't use moves on it or do anything to it, you couldn't status them either. Because you could make the argument that, well, I could just use Toxic on something. But in theory, that would be breaking the rules because you'd still be dealing damage to them via the use of a status move. So, like, you could argue that that couldn't be used either. So you would run into a situation, or it was immune because it'd be steel. Like, there could be, like, a number of Pokemon that would be physically impossible to do anything to, you know? That's just what I'm saying, you know? Like, I don't think it would matter which type you were doing. Like, if I did it with Dragon, there's actually not that many dragons to fight in the game anyway, so I probably wouldn't be able to do anything. Haven't been sick since I got COVID like 5 years ago. I have quite a good record when it comes to not getting sick, but I don't talk about it very much because I know that the second I do and say it, I'll get sick, you know? So I don't mention it if I ever have a good record of not being sick, you know? Rarely get sick, and I already have my sick quota for the year, yeah. Yeah, Ghost would be really hard. You wouldn't be able to attack anything at the start of the game. I don't know how you do Ghost. Didn't mean it like that. I mean, look, at the end of the day, like, language barrier and all that, regardless, you know, which is fair, I can only go based on what I see in chat. I'm not a psychic, you know, unlike Alakazam or something like that. I can't read what people mean. This is the thing with text chat, right, that people sometimes forget. When it comes to text chat is quite difficult to express what you actually mean in a lot of situations. So when someone says something, I can only take it at face value of what I read. So if I misunderstand it and people get mad, which has happened before in stream, ain't really my problem because there's nothing I can do. So like with that, all I can do is do it based off what you said in chat, which is the way I explained it. Now, if you meant something different, that's fine, but I can only go based on what I read. And what I read is, you can only attack a Pokemon that you share the same type with. So Dragon can only fight Dragon, Bug can only fight Bug. And if you did it in a Monotype run, which is what we're doing, so that's what I'm assuming you were talking about, it would be literally impossible to finish the game. That's my argument. So, like, I don't know. We don't seem to be making any ground on it because you don't think you can explain it any better and, you know, whatnot. So it's probably best if we just stop talking about it. Because otherwise it's just going to get really annoying for both of us, probably. So let's just go and talk about something else. Streamer is Poison Rock type, not Psychic. I don't know what type I would be, you know? I don't know what type I'd be if I was a Pokemon. Yeah, probably Poison something. I suppose Poison Dark would fit, wouldn't it, for my PNG and that type of thing. Hey, yo, Breaking Swipe doing more damage than Dragon Claw. What are we talking about? Anyhow, how's the weather? Atrocious. It's been raining all day. It's been raining all day, actually for the first time in a few days. I think this week it's the first time it's rained, but it's been horrible weather, to be fair. Kind of sucks. It's been very, like, it's been fairly, like, cool today as well, which has been quite a nice change from how it was. So edgy, I know, right? Probably Ghost, because that's what dates seem to do to me. Welcome to the male experience, Maximum. That's literally dating as a dude in the modern era. Get ghosted by like 99% of people. Guys, like I was talking with Bevan about stuff like this the other day. Like, it's no diff. Everybody has the same fucking... It's awful, isn't it? It's like, oh, you go in so hopeful and then you just get crushed. You know? Obviously, I haven't had to do that for a while now. Or at least I didn't. I suppose now, eventually I will have to again, but... yeah. Yeah, I know how it feels, that sucks. What is Noxcat's typing? Ooh, Noxcat. He'd have to be poison something as well, wouldn't he? Poison... He could be normal poison, I could see that, maybe. Normal poison? I could see Noxcat as normal poison. Dracloak is very nearly a Dragapult now. Everyone's actually almost done. The only thing we'll have to do now is Udra. Well, we'll have to find some rain. That's going to be easier said than done, I think. And I think we're at the end of the sandwich, which is kind of annoying. Do you live in the UK? I do. I do indeed live in the UK. Hence my stereotypical English accent. Please don't tell me you thought I was Australian. That one kills me every time. I was talking about this with Mel the other day when she came in. Who's Australian. And it's like one of those things that the Australian and the British have in common is that neither of us can understand why people from other countries think we speak the same. Because from our perspective, we don't sound anything alike. So we don't really understand why people always manage to confuse Australian and British people. Other than the fact that they use the same word, mate. So. Poison Fairy. I could see, yeah, Poison Fairy could work, I guess, yeah. That could work as a typing for him, I guess, yeah. It's got to be poison something no matter what, wouldn't it, I think? It'd have to be. Classic Kiwi accent, yeah. Don't hear an accent. I think you might actually be the only person who's come into stream and ever said that they didn't think I had an accent. Everybody always comments on it. It's like one of those things where it's like the most common thing I think I hear in stream when people talk about something is mentioning the accent. Very common. I'm surprised, you know. I'll take it. Yeah, bottle of water. I'm not going to do the other version of it because I don't tend to speak like that most of the time. A bottle of water. Or Tuesday in it. There you go. Can't say I've ever confused an Australian accent with a British one. I'm glad. I'm glad. Australian is very different as American, I can tell you so. I really don't get it. No, yeah, I just don't. I've never understood it when some people do. Maybe it's just people who've never really met many Australians or British people before. But it always just makes me laugh because, like, they're so different other than the word mate. And then people are just like, wow. Oh, you are... Like, I had that before when I went... It always happens more in person than online, right? Because, like, sometimes it happens online, but when years and years ago, when I went over there for a bit, I, like, every time, dude, every time when I was over there, I was staying at, like, hotels and things, right, when I was kind of traveling around a little bit. This was years and years ago. This was about 2017 or so, something like that. I think I was about 18 at the time, and, you know, I had a little trip across America. It was actually the last time I went abroad, actually, and left the country. I haven't left England, sunny old England, since then. I haven't been to any other country since then. But that was the last time I went on any trip, which was a pretty good one to go on, I suppose, if it was going to be my last one for a long time. Yeah, and I swear, if I had £1 for the amount of times that I went into, like, strolled into some hotel somewhere that I was going to stay at, and they went, which part of Australia are you from? And I had to have the conversation where I'm like, a little bit awkward, I'm not actually from Australia. They're like, oh, I didn't realize. And then sometimes they'll try and be like, oh, New Zealand. And it's like, fucking serious? New Zealand? Your second option was New Zealand. Do I sound like a Kiwi? No. Not even one of the harder UK accents to understand. No, it's because I'm from the south, you know? If I was from the north, you would probably struggle to understand me. I don't mean that as like a meme, because I know the north and the south have like a bit of a rivalry going on. You wouldn't... If I was from the north, there's a 90% chance that I would have an accent you probably wouldn't understand. Or I would say random words that didn't make any sense to everybody. Like people from Manchester who refer to people using the word duck. I think it's an older thing that people say, but people refer to people using the word duck sometimes. Or people from Newcastle using words like gannin and things like that. There's a lot of like different dialects that happen over. Birmingham's another one. That one's just got an accent that you wouldn't understand. Dragapult. There we go. There are a lot of different accents over here. I mean, I know it's one of those things where that's one of the things that a lot of foreign people who come over here tend to notice is they say that you could travel about, I don't know, 100 miles in any direction and have a completely different accent. Probably every 20 miles, 30 miles that you traveled across that. You know, you could travel like the entire length of the country and probably hit like 20 different accents. In comparison to the US, of course, where it's like they're a lot more widespread because the place is a lot bigger. Versus over here, it's like it's a lot more compact, so you notice the differences a lot more. Because it's more like 20, 30 miles rather than hundreds of miles. Hey, Nitty as well, how you doing? The soft R? It could be. Australia's oi. I like that one. I think the UK accent is deeper than Australians to me. Maybe. I think it depends where they're from in Australia, though. Like, you get some... I know, like, the typical, like, stereotypical Australian one tends to be a little bit higher, doesn't it? A little bit higher of a kind of voice and an accent and whatnot. But for me, obviously, I mean, I've got a fairly deep voice anyway, but... I don't know. Which countries did you travel? What, in total across the world, you mean? Where have I ever been to? Been to a few places. I've been to a lot of countries in Europe. Yeah, a lot of this was when I was a lot younger, keep in mind, right? So this was when I was very lucky when I was younger that I got the chance to travel around a decent amount. But I've been to France, Portugal, Spain, Italy, Malta. Trying to think where else. Anywhere else in Europe? I don't think there's anywhere else in Europe that I'm missing. I've been to the US a couple of times. I spent a little bit of time for a while, like a couple of weeks in North Africa, in Tunisia. There's another place. So nothing too crazy, but I've been to a number of places, yeah. Never been to Australia or anywhere like that. Anywhere too far away. But yeah. Or anywhere in Asia. It's another place I've never been to, which I thought would be kind of cool. You guys do have a lot of accents over there in the US as well, that's fair. Yeah, Londoners. Well, the thing is with London, though, is it's because there's a number of different regions in London, isn't there? You got like North, South, East, and West London. And depending on where they're from, you can have people who have very different accents depending on which part of London they're from. And if you're not used to it, then yeah, it's kind of hard to understand. Big cities tend to be their own thing with accents. This is true. We also have like county accents, kind of vaguely regional accents, and then you have the more like city-based ones, yeah, like Birmingham or Liverpool or something like that. Wales, of course, has its own accent. Scotland has its own accent. Ireland has its own accent. You know how it is. Do we have a physical move? No. Okay. How do we do this with Sliggoo? We need to find somewhere that's raining, don't we? So, is there anywhere that has a high chance of being rainy when we go there, in-game? Let's try just flying around and see if we can find anywhere where it's raining. It would be useful if it told you the weather on the map, but it doesn't. So, I've never been to Germany, no. Can't say I ever have been to Germany. Oh, we haven't beaten Tatsugiri. Just got my photo taken for my passport. Ayo. Oh, I need to double check when mine runs out, actually. Someone was asking me about this the other day. Because they mentioned about they were getting their passport renewed. And then I was thinking, like, I haven't checked mine for years. I probably need to have a look at that, make sure it doesn't run out. Because, of course, if I ever do decide I'm going to go and take a trip somewhere, it'd be a pain in the ass if it's run out and having to reapply and get it sorted again, you know? Does anyone know, just off the top of your head, I doubt you will, because it's a really niche thing, can you use Rain Dance with Sliggoo and force yourself to evolve by raining that way? As long as you knock out the Pokemon while Rain Dance is still active and gain the XP? Or do we actually just straight up have to find somewhere where it's raining? Because I'd quite like to get Goodra if I can. Oh, wait. Oh, that just shows the conditions on the... It doesn't show the actual map, though, does it? It shows the conditions up top, but it doesn't show, like, where we're going to, does it? That's annoying. Malta should be really cool to visit. Malta's actually a really nice place. It's a really cool little island. I had a really nice time in Malta. There's an island there called Gozo just off the coast where I have I end up getting a glass bauble for a Christmas tree that I bought there. Because supposedly Gozo is famous for their, like, blown glass. So I ended up buying, like, it's kind of like a peach-coloured bauble. Really cool. Made out of, yeah, like blown glass. Even in a given city, you can hear different accents in a given language. With my mother's tongue, that's the case. You can say something a certain way. Ah, you're from the south. Sometimes rains in Cascarafa. That is true, though, Nitty. You're not wrong. Has to be environmental. Ah. Fuck. Yeah, I think it is. I think it's Cope, me thinking that maybe it doesn't have to be. I'm pretty sure you're right, though. That it has to be, that one. Rain Dance doesn't count. Shit. We're actually going to have to find rain, then. Dude, why did they not make it so that it was a quality of life thing so you could see weather on the map? Oh. That would have been so useful, wouldn't it? Casaroya Lake, it does like to rain there, doesn't it? Because it likes to make the game lag to shit. Let's try Port Marinado and see what happens. That's really annoying, though. I just want to find the rain. Rain, please. Where are you? I summon thee. Someone from England. Bring the rain. Come on, lake. Please, lake. You're always raining when I don't want you to because it lags the shit out of my game. Please be raining this one time when I need it. Come on, Casaroya Lake. Let's go out into the middle because that'll make it better. It's not raining. This is a problem. Okay. I don't know where else we can really go. Yeah, honestly, it is always raining when you don't want it. That's really annoying. See, I thought I'd come up with a great idea with the rain dance thing, though. I thought that was actually a way of, like, cheesing it. It's like, yeah, this will be good, won't it? Nope, it doesn't work. That's very sad. I had a sneeze coming then that just didn't happen. That's annoying. Lag Tree Thicket. That's another spot we haven't been to where it likes to lag the shit out of the game.
So, you can die.
That could be one. I'm sure there's probably a weather cycle where if we stood around long enough in a certain spot, it would start raining. But, like, I don't want to just stand around for the next 20 minutes waiting for it to rain. You know? Do we really not have the... Okay, I guess we don't have the fast traveler. Let's get some studying done. BRB, no bots, please. Yeah, no worries, Shags. Let me grab the Wii Sports as well. I can't queue it up here. I'll just have to do it as a solo thing. Because I don't have any music on for Pokemon streams. There we go. There's Wii Sports Lo-Fi. The classic. The legendary Wii Sports Lo-Fi. I'd actually be interested to know how long we've had that redeem for now. It's been there for years. Wii Sports is a good redeem. I like it. One of my favorites, dare I say. Thank you for the Wii Sports Lo-Fi though. Pretty much about the time Wii Sports Lo-Fi ends, I think there'll be a break. So when that happens, I'll go and get up and have a stretch. But I'm hoping we'll get to Lagtree Thicket first and it'll be raining. That would be amazing if it was. I didn't anticipate this really, that Goodra needed rain and how annoying that was going to be to do for the evolution. Because I seem to remember when I played through the game the first time on my own anyway, just off stream, when I didn't know how to evolve Sliggoo, and then when I found out it had to be raining, it's like, which makes it more annoying. It makes it more annoying because there's no area in the game where there's guaranteed rain as far as I'm aware. Or at least in the base game. I don't know in the DLC, maybe there is, but... Come on, Lagtree Thicket, do it for us. Give us some rain. Come on. You know you want to. Make the game lag. Doesn't look like it's raining, does it? Oh, no. It's not lagging enough. Lagtree Thicket has let us down here. I don't think it rains up here on the mountain. We've kind of been everywhere though, haven't we? Here's we try up here in West 1. Yeah, the Wii was great, wasn't it? I always enjoyed the Wii. There we go. Wii Sports Lo-Fi, everybody. Great song, that is. There we go. Wii Sports Lo-Fi. Are you for the redeem again? By Cortando. Even the Nox Cat. Bruised and welcome in. Welcome, welcome. It's nice to see you again. Hope you are having a good one today. Thank you so much for the redeem. It's not raining again. Oh, this game's trolling us. Why can we not get any rain now that we need it? Please. Please give us rain. Come on. Come on, let us evolve Goodra. This is actually really frustrating. Well, there goes the thing as well. There goes the break. It'll probably start raining in game now while I'm gone, but... Okay, so while the break's going, as per usual, I will do the BRB because I'll go stretch and get a drink and stuff real quick then. So, I'll be back in just a minute, okay? I won't be long, chat. I'll be back in just a sec. There we go, I'm back. We can keep on going now. Other than trying to find the rain. So we need to try and figure that out. Does anyone know if there's a way to predict where the rain is or anything? Like, is there any way we can know where it is? I doubt it, or spawn it. I suspect there isn't, but... Probably just waiting, but... It's really annoying, because... We just want the rain to happen. Guess we haven't been to Medali. Try that. You can't change the weather. Apparently, though, there might be an area that's more prone to rain. Oh. Although it's one of those annoying websites that tells me I'm using an ad blocker when I'm clearly not. But because if I was using an ad blocker, then Twitch wouldn't let me do a lot of stuff either. Where does it rain? Avoid random hang around Asada Desert Glacier Mountain where it doesn't. Where it's replaced with sandstorms. Chance of rain is tied to the in-game clock. Usually it rains every 4 or 5 minutes. Well, that's not very helpful, is it? No, it's bought when you can't find where rain spawns in thingy. Found an article where it says Port Marinada and Medali are likely to have rain. Okay. Well, at least we're around that area. Let's go all the way to Marinada. It has changed in-game to, like, evening time now. I just saw that on the map, which is good. I mean, if we can't get it to go, I guess we'll just have to come back to it, but... It's kind of annoying, though. Because Gudra actually would be quite good here for what we're going to be doing today, I think. Because it's one of our very few special... like Pokemon that we have. We can't force the clock to change in game either, so we kind of just have to wait. So, yeah. I guess we could go fight against Ortega while we're waiting. We also need to go through Dragapult's moves, I just realized, because it's going to need some extra stuff here. U-turn is a given here, really. I mean, we'd be foolish not to use U-turn on Dragapult when we have it, wouldn't we? 209 speed, dude. Look how fast it is. Oh, my lord. And I think we should probably take Phantom Force as well. We could run Dragon Dance, but I think Phantom Force is probably the best way to go here, with Dragon Pulse as a backup if we need it. That's a setup right there. I think Dragonite, should we have a look at the moves as well, just in case? Fire Punch, Wing Attack. Wing Attack's kind of useful, we'll take that. Although it's kind of weak, but reliable. I guess we could take Fire Punch as well as a counter for what they called not dragons, steel types. That would be quite useful. Oh, an RPG lover, how's it going? How are you? Against Fairy? I mean, Fruit Boy's a good option here, I think. Who else is good against Fairy? I mean, Sliggoo, yeah, we're bringing out. I guess we just go for power and bring Garchomp because he's good neutrally. Salamence just flies, so that works okay. So I guess we'll run with that, and then it's just whoever's last. Which Baxcalibur at least has one good move in Ice Fang, but... I don't know who we should use as our 6th here. This is actually an interesting choice. Shedtail's probably not worth it here either. Don't think it's worth it to use. Half of our Pokemon here aren't really worth using for this fight. I guess Dragonite's not terrible. Let's put Dragapult in. Why not? We haven't had a chance to use him yet. Let's run Dragapult. And let's go meet our Maker, shall we? We fly back to all the way at the top of the map and then go heal up. Good, just about to play some Blank Desert Online. Okay, good stuff. What brings you into stream today? Were you perusing the Pokemon category, or was I on the recommended or something like that? Kind of always interested to know, you know? Find out where people find out about the stream from. It's always kind of cool. Yeah, I'll be have fun with Black Desert Online. Recommended? Okay, we'll take it. It's always cool finding out you're on the recommended section, you know? Or on someone's recommended section, I suppose. That's always pretty cool, I think. Yeah. Well, we're currently doing a challenge run through Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. We're trying to complete the game using only Dragon types. We're actually quite close to the end now, so we're doing quite well on the actual challenge itself. We've made a lot of progress, so we're going to try and finish it today and see if we can clean everything up. So there's a lot of big fights coming up for us today, so there should be plenty of stuff going on. Plenty of action. Hopefully some clutches as well in there. And maybe we'll actually get the rain to spawn so we can finally evolve our Sliggoo as well. That'll be handy. First things first, though, we got to knock out Mr. Team Star Fairy, Ortega, who we are over-leveled for now, but again, he's Team Star, so his level cap is not one we look at for the challenge run, so we're allowed to be slightly over-leveled to fight him. We actually deliberately skipped this fight at the time when it came up in-game, so we could come back to it later, knowing that we were the weak type, so we made sure to prepare properly for this one, and getting Dragalge was going to be a big part of that, which we now have, so... Only Pokemon we have other than Sliggoo that isn't fully evolved now is Hydreigon, who we don't have, but we'll get there eventually, you know. And big old Dragon Boy, the Hydra himself, is going to go kind of crazy when he gets there. That's really annoying, though, that the only thing that's stopping us getting Sliggoo is the rain, but we can't spawn the rain. That's such an annoying thing to have happen. Yeah. No, I appreciate you taking the time to come in, though, RPG. It's pretty cool. Always nice to meet a new person in stream. Oh, speak of the devil, there's Hydreigon in chat. What are the chances? That's actually kind of wild. The Hydreigon appeared in chat right as I mentioned it. I'll actually go for an Ultra Ball, though. After all my Paldea Evolved adventures, where I managed to get about 1 million of them from the booster box... I should be easily able to catch this one. Thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate it. Welcome officially to the lab. I hope you have an enjoyable time here hanging out with us while we play some Pokemon today. And yeah, feel free to lurk, chat, whatever it is you want to do. I know you said you're playing some Black Desert Online, so I'm sure you're busy. But yeah, feel free to lurk away and enjoy yourself. I appreciate it very much. Thank you for the follow. You've summoned one? I did, didn't I? I summoned Hydreigon. Oh, Nee just got shiny Hydreigon! Whoa! I caught it as well, but you got fucking shiny, dude! Hey, yo! Nee getting a shiny Hydreigon. The only thing that would have made that funnier is if it was me who got the shiny after talking about the fucking Hydreigon. That's insane, though. I've never seen one in my chat before. Let's go! Let's go, Nee! You got the green boy. That's sick. I don't think I've ever seen anyone pull a shiny in this chat before. Let's go. BRB getting a lotto card? Yeah, honestly, dude. I think you need to after that one. That was sick. And it's Hydreigon as well. You got a pseudo. Shiny pseudo, dude. How lucky that is. Shiny pseudo. The only sad thing about it is, as shinies go, Hydreigon's is like... I'm not the biggest fan of it. I think it's cool, but I think there's other cooler pseudo ones out there. The pseudos always kind of flop with their shinies, I think. Getting you maximum for this, so anyway, I start blasting as well. Oh, you love the shiny Hydreigon. Let's go. Well, there you go. You got one you liked. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but I think that's just because I really like the Haxorus one where it turns black instead. Where it goes like jet black with the red tusks. I think that looks really cool. None of them really are quite as good as the Haxorus, in my opinion. Let's go, though. Damn. See, I looked up when I saw it, because it comes up red for me, of course, when I can see it in the chat, because it's adding me to say that I caught the Pokemon. I was like, oh, cool. And then I looked and saw the thing, and I was like, what's that middle message, though? Shiny? Indeed it is. A shiny for Nitty, as he picks up a shiny Hydreigon. Insane stuff, dude. I don't know what the chances are of getting a shiny are in PCG, but I assume they're quite low with the amount of people that catch Pokemon very regularly, so there you go. Welcome in Cinderfay as well. How's it going? That's pretty cool, though. Yeah, Nitty just caught a shiny Hydreigon in Pokemon Community game. It's nutty. That's actually kind of wild, though. The seasick Hydra, yeah. He's a little bit nauseous when he's in shiny form. Right, this is going to be a bit of a struggle, because basically Haxorus and Appleton are kind of not going to be that great in these fights. It's going to be pretty much just our boy Dragalgi just trying to sweep here. The sad thing about that is that he's slower than everything else as well, so he's going to end up getting kind of beaten up a little bit. And if a Azumarill starts using Bounce, it's going to get really annoying. So... Dude, that being said, I'm so glad that they don't have Tinkaton in their lineup for this, for the Team Star Fairy, which would have been a cool idea. Just because we would have been screwed. That would have sucked, man, if we couldn't do that. Also, Haxorus isn't the pseudo. Oh yeah, it's Hydreigon. Damn, I made a mistake. Imagine. Imagine me getting my Pokemon knowledge wrong. Impossible. He's cooler than Hydreigon, though, let's be real. Axew should have been the... Actually, no, they both should have. They should have just pulled a Gen 3 and made both of them. It's like, why didn't we have a Salamence Metagross situation? Just give it to both of them. Would have made sense for Haxorus to be a pseudo as well. He fits the mold. Reminds me of an emo pickle. What? Hydreigon. Should have been one. I agree, you know. Yeah, no, Haxorus would have been cool if they'd given something like that to him. Probably deserved it. Especially considering the champion also ran it as a Pokemon. Well, I guess Iris did as in the second one. Technically, N had... not N. Is it Getsus? I think has Hydreigon, doesn't he? And I want to say it's N or Getsus, one of the two. I think it's Getsus has it in Black and White 1. Whoa, okay. I wasn't expecting a one-shot, but we'll take it. Wigglytuff is slightly specially bulky, so we do have to be a little careful of that. Okay, never mind. I mean, I know we are over leveled, as we've mentioned, because, you know, we deliberately left this fight until later on so we could have a... Because of the massive disadvantage we had here, not even being able to use any of our stabs, or any of our main stab moves, we decided to do this one slightly later on in the run. But, like, yeah, this is a bit of a joke, isn't it? If we one-shot here as well. Impossible, me trying to sound convincing. Yeah, right? My encyclopedic knowledge of Pokemon got something wrong. Unbelievable. Almost like I'm an actual person. I'm not a robot after all. This is over. This is over already. This is gonna be a 3-shot kill. Watch. Oh, never mind. This is a 2-shot from Dude, Dragalge is just shit on this whole fight. My god. Stats are good on everything except attack and defense, which is actually solid. Ayo. That's actually good for Hydreigon, though. I mean, attack and defense, meh, you know. Special defense is good. Special attack, very good. Speed, really good. Streamer, a person? What? I know. It's hard to believe, isn't it? You know what I hate? When someone says long story short and then proceeds to tell a long, not short story. I think that a story needs precisely the right length to tell it properly, whether that be long or short. And that might have still been the shortened version of a story. It was just less long than the other version. But if it was the required length to get the point of the story across, then, I don't know. It is what it is, I think. Stuff like that doesn't really bother me. There's not that many things that actually really bother me, to be fair. There's a few stream things that bother me every now and then. Like, my favorite one is when someone comes in and asks me what I'm doing, like it isn't in the title every stream. And it's like... like, come on now. You don't need me to answer that question for you. Have a sip of my belter of a coffee. Oh, hang on. Let me just have another one confirm. Is it? We're a hair below belter today, but it's not bad. It's an elter of a coffee today. We just lost the B. Moveset is okay-ish. Covet, Snarl, Dragon Breath, and Spark. Yeah, it's not terrible. It could be worse. What game are you playing? Oh, dude, don't get me started on that. That or the, are you still doing the same thing today? And it's like... And that happened once in Dishonored, I remember, and it's like, does it still say I'm playing the game? Yep, I still am then. Like, you know? It's just like, I don't know how to answer some of that. The problem is with things like that, the part of my mind naturally that's just like generally sarcastic is like just immediately wants me to just answer being snarky about it, and I'm like, I can't. Should I do that or should I not? You know? I'm like, no, I'll be nice. But like my immediate thought is to just be like, what do you think, my dude? What does it say we're playing? What are we doing? I see you're playing Pokemon, but that can't be what we're doing today, could it? No. Yeah, but it's like there's that part of me that just wants to give like this like sarcasm response to everything. Like earlier when someone asked like, "What gym are you on?" and I wanted to be like, "Well, you know, what VODs are for." You know? Like that's what VODs are for, or like, well, you know, if you remembered from last stream, then you wouldn't need to ask me. I know you're going to say no to this, but, or any variation like that, it's like, then don't ask. That or, just people who bring things like that don't make sense. Like, I was right in what I said as well about this the other week, right? This was before, was this before we started Dragon? I can't remember if it was before we started Dragon or before we started Fire. But I don't remember who was here. But we were playing the game, we were sorting out our list, and there was someone who'd come in for like the end of it and was talking for a bit. And then did the cardinal sin of talking to someone on stream, which is without any prompting at all, randomly went, "Yeah, I got banned the other day in a stream for no reason." And it's like, why do you think it's a good idea to tell me that? Because now, my immediate thought, regardless of anything else, whether you say it was for no reason or not, is, well, this guy probably can't follow rules, can they? I'll keep an eye on you from now on. As I pointed out to them. And they didn't really seem to understand why it was a bad thing that they kept going on about the fact that they'd been banned by someone. And it's like, why bring that up in the first place? Like, why did you think it would be a good idea to mention that? Like, I get that, like, people do some weird stuff sometimes on Twitch, but, like, some people really don't think before they say things a lot of the time, and I find it incredibly bizarre, really, that people don't act like that. You know? Like I mentioned before about, yeah, some people have, like, reasons for it, you know, with, like, the way that they are, or things like that. Some people don't understand social interaction as well as other people, which is fine. But, like, there's a point where some of it is just, like, the most bizarre thing ever. Like, why would anyone do this at any time? Yeah, it's a massive red flag, and that's why I pointed out to them, but they didn't really seem to understand why. So much so that, like, I had to ask them 3 times to stop talking about being banned. You know? Now, like, don't get me wrong, I'm a fairly patient person when it comes to things like that. But, like, even me, if I asked you to do something and you still keep doing it, like, say, I don't know, someone right now said something that I didn't like, right? And I said, can we not talk about that because it's kind of uncomfortable, right? And then you kept doing it. It's gonna piss me off. In the same way that it would anyone. Like, even me, who's fairly lenient with people when it comes to doing annoying stuff, like, you're gonna get banned if you keep, like, being annoying, you know? I don't understand people sometimes. That's the thing. I'm a bad boy doing bad things, getting banned justifiably. Well, they were, like, convinced as well, though. They were like, oh, I'll get a screenshot of the, like, unban report when it goes through to show you what my last message was and stuff. It's like, I don't care. Like, I don't care. I don't care why you got banned by someone else. The fact you got banned by someone else is the problem here. Because how do I know that they were not justified in their decision to ban you for something else? You know? People just do some weird stuff, and it's like, I just don't get why people think some stuff is acceptable to do. You know? Also, the overwhelming feeling I'm getting here is that we ain't gonna find any rain. So I guess we're probably gonna end up attempting to do the rest of this without Goodra. Because it doesn't look like we're going to find rain. So, yeah, I guess we'll do something else. The other one, other than the ban's red flag one, is the classic of... I've mentioned this one before as well. When people try to argue... There's a fire Taurus, huh? People try to argue... Look how easy that was to find as well. That's annoying. But people argue with, like, the interpretation of your own rules sometimes. You know? Like, say someone came in and, like... The first thing they did was be like, oh, I'm streaming this game right now, by the way. And I went, can we not self-promo, please? And then they start arguing with me about, like, what self-promoing is or whatever and how they hadn't broken the rules. And it's like, you can't argue with me over my interpretation of my own fucking rules because I'm the one who set the rules, so I know what I want from it. That's the other one that doesn't make sense to me, where people will try and, like, argue the rule with you, and it's like... You're aware that I'm the person who made the rules. Like, you can't argue with me about my opinion on why I think you've broken them. Like, what? POV, not in the UK. I mean, yes. I don't know. Yes, that's all I can say. Have to try not to get banned, so yeah. Yeah, honestly, like sometimes. I mean, some people I'm just gonna ban anyway, but like... If someone annoys me, I'll just ban them anyway, because I just can't be dealing with some people. Or if I think someone's a child, then they'll probably get banned. Well, if they don't leave on their own anyway. We've already been through that. When it comes to people who I suspect of being a child in stream, usually what I'll end up saying is like, you can leave now, but if I check back in 10 minutes and I still see you in stream, I'll ban you. And I'll just forcibly boot you out. Oh, we need to play Eri. What am I doing? Fuck, I'm at the Elite Four. I'm not supposed to be doing this yet. Actually, I think you can get rain here, though, so this might be fine. Once we travel, we'll grab the Pokemon Center, I guess. You can't make this shit up. Ligoo! Come out quickly! Quick! 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 You actually can't make that up. You actually can't make that up. I'm just the best. They call me the weatherman. We're also, we're going to go to a BRB real quick as well, because it looks like the break just started, so we'll wait here for a second. But look at that. That's kind of amazing, isn't it? That was like perfect timing. Speaking of red flags, I frequent a dating app and recently matched with someone. We'd only known each other for about 2 hours and they wanted to shift from monitor chat to WhatsApp. Yeah, stuff like that's kind of wild as well. I mean, some people just like that. Like, I know, it's a thing I've seen before with people who, like, you kind of, I don't know how to describe it, but they, like, think that they're further ahead in, like, the road to a relationship with a person than they actually are. You know? Like, don't get me wrong, right? I'll say this. This is just a thing. But it's like, a lot of you guys in chat who are, like, proper regulars who I talk to on a regular basis, you build up kind of a bit of a relationship, right? To some degree. Versus then you have, like, some of the people who come in on Twitch, where they basically just, if you looked at their chat log, the only message they've ever said in stream is hi, where they come in, say hi, and then leave, right? And that's just how some people are. But, like, obviously, someone who comes in to say hi to me, I have no relationship with whatsoever other than just they're a person who comes into chat to say hi, compared to, say, Nitty, who I talk to in conversations every stream. And, like, some people tend to kind of get ahead of themselves when it comes to that, and they're kind of like, yeah, you're my friend, and it's like, I don't even know you. Like, you say hi to me, like, twice a week, I have no idea who you are. Like, you know? It's like, I wouldn't describe us as friends, you know? Some people are too quick to like jump the gun on that and then think it's way deeper than it actually is. Yeah, the Aslan quote. That's the thing I was thinking of with that one. Said no thanks, we'd only just met, and he said, what's the big deal? Yeah, like as I say, some people just like jump the gun with that shit. It's too much sometimes, you know? Everything's lagging again, I guess. We're freezing up. Not gonna lie, I was half expecting it to stop raining while you're pulling out. Me too, actually. I thought it was gonna. Well, there you go. We have Goodra now. So that's useful, isn't it? Let's learn Aquatail. We're not going to take that because it's Goodra. So why would we do that? Goodra in jail, apparently. Part of me saw a Fido back here as well. I half thought it was a shiny or something because it looked a weird off color, but I must have just been the light. It stopped raining though. Look! It stopped raining in the amount of time we did that. That was absolutely perfect. Isn't that insane? And it was even better timing because what did I say right before that happened? Well, it's another area and I think rain can spawn here, so we might as well check while we get the Pokemon Center. Walks through the gates. It's raining. I'm just the best. I'm just better. That's just built different, you know? Unless both parties are comfortable going to another app to know immediately. Or just with anything, really, though, I think. You know? Like, I think people... Like, a lot of it is just you build up stuff with a person before doing stuff with people. Like, with me, I'm not a huge... Like, yesterday is a good example, right? I'm not using this as a bad example, just as an example to mention this kind of thing. With, like, at the end of stream yesterday. Where, in the case of what happened yesterday, someone who was in stream who doesn't know me particularly well because they're fairly new was like, oh, can I friend you on Discord so we can talk in VC sometime? And my response straight away was basically, well, anyone who I've known for a long period of time will tell you I'm not a very social person, so no. Not because I've got anything against you, I just don't really talk to people. You know? It kind of just comes down to like kind of like the same thing of knowing the person and kind of just going through the steps of starting to know them first. Because in a lot of cases with someone who's been around for a long time, who's been in here and stream a lot, you'll probably know that I'm not really the most talkative and or sociable person in the world, right? So you wouldn't ask in the first place. So it's kind of like, as I say, it's not like, it wasn't like a bad example, because it wasn't a bad thing, but it's kind of like one of those just jumping the gun a little on a thing. Because I'm just not very sociable. And I used the example where I was like, look at Undo, right? Undo is a mod who's been here for 3 years as a mod. Ask Undo how many times we've played games together on, like, just in general. The answer is 1 in 3 years. Not because I got anything against Undo, and when I played with Undo, it was a great time. I really enjoyed it. But, just the way it is, you know, it's like, I'm just not a hugely social person, you know? I like explained yesterday, I kind of get my social battery out on stream, and then after that, it's like, I just exist, you know? I'm just built like that, where I just don't really... Like, a lot of people... You know when people say that humans are kind of built for social interactions? You know? Like with me, I'm kind of one of those people who it's like... It would take me a long time to be driven insane if I was stuck on an island on my own with no one to talk to for years. Because I think I'm just one of those people who doesn't really need social interaction quite as much as some people. I usually have like 1 or 2 people who I'll kind of like interact with. And that's enough for me for the most part, you know? Rather than like needing to talk to loads of different people all the time or just talk to people constantly. There's some people who I talk to a lot. Of course, they're the people who I'm like super like close to, right? As you would, as most people would in life, if you had like a super close friend or someone, you know, or you know, who I talk to a lot, but I get a lot of my socializing done there, and you know, I don't feel the need to necessarily go out and chase talking to other people all the time. Like I play games once, twice a week with Mirage, and stuff like that, but, you know, I don't go out chasing interaction all the time, you know? After I said no again, he was like, well, if you can't do that, then I guess this can't work. Yeah, that's a bit weird doing that, though. I don't know why. I think a lot of it, though, is as well, is people just, like, assume that everyone's going to accept everything they say. Or is just going to go along with whatever anyone says. I don't know. When it comes to stuff like that, people's, like... The general way of the world these days is that I think people never assume that they're stepping on someone else's toes or breaking their boundaries. And then when they tell them that they're doing it, they have a surprised Pikachu face and get angry about the fact that you've said they've done it without even thinking about the fact that they were the one who did it. You know? Like, people would rather get mad at the fact that you've said they've broken your boundary than they would self-reflect and go, oh, maybe I shouldn't have said or done the thing that you were complaining about as breaking a boundary. You know? Like, you see it all the time. It happens on Twitch, it happens IRL. You'll see people who do something, and then they kind of like... It's like if someone came in here, right? Like, when it comes to my boundaries, when it comes to stream, like, although I'm an 18-plus streamer, I'm not someone who makes a lot of lewd jokes or anything like that, because it's kind of just uncomfortable. It's like, this stream isn't the place for it. Because the way that Twitch and stuff like that is these days, it's literally everywhere anyway, and I like having my little corner of the internet where I don't have to worry about any of that stuff, because it kind of just gets a bit uncomfortable after a while. And, like, I made that a hard and fast rule after a few years ago where someone made, like, a fucking hardcore joke, and I was like, yeah, no, this ain't it, chief. But, like, if someone came in and did that right now, and I was like, can we not? Most likely what you would see is said person will more likely get mad about the fact that I'd said I don't like that than go, maybe I should have just thought about it before I did it. That's just the way it is. That's like the best example I can think of right now. Disregarding boundaries, dismissing boundaries and pressuring in regard... Yeah. Yeah, I don't get why people do stuff like that, really. Introvert, yes. I am an introvert, you know? Anyone who knows me super well will probably tell you I am. I kind of always have been. That's just the... I think some of it is maybe I wasn't always... Well, I was going to say maybe I wasn't always like that. I think people say that you get shaped by the environment you're in as well. But I think to some degree I always was an introvert anyway. Just because I was never the... Like, I've never been, like, when I was at school, I was never a popular kid or anything like that, right? So I always just kind of kept to myself anyway. And I think just as I got older, it just reinforced it more that I just became... just kind of vaguely quiet and stick to myself, you know? I'm not too worried about what other people are doing. I just kind of get on with my own stuff and talk to a few people, you know? Worse when it's a really close friend who does that. If you have to know them for years. Thankfully, I've never had to worry about that. But yeah, no, I can imagine, Nitty, that would suck. How dare you have boundaries? I'm trying to be nice. Yeah, that as well sometimes. It's another wild one. I mean, I've probably done it as well, right? I'm sure I've done it to someone over the years. I've done something that goes against their boundaries of whatever it is, for whatever reason. Not that I've gone out of my way to do something that I think's uncomfortable or anything like that, right? I mean, it's talking about that as an introverted person. I'd, like, fucking crucify myself if I actually said something that made someone directly uncomfortable. I wouldn't even be able to do it. You know? I wouldn't be able to put myself through the mental torture of, like, saying something weird to someone in the first place. But, like, you know, if I did something or, like, said something to someone, they were like, oh, that's a bit much. I would probably think about, you know, I would be like, fuck, all right, let's dial it back rather than just kind of be like, oh, fuck you. You know, like some people do. Imagine trying to feel someone feel guilty about having boundaries. I've seen it. I've seen it myself. I've literally seen it on the internet when it comes to, like, streamer people. I've seen it so many times, it's ridiculous. Someone will have a hard and fast rule about something, someone will break it, and then they try and make people feel bad about having the rule in the first place. Or, here's another one. People who are all about having boundaries. This is just a general statement, alright? This isn't a sub-tweet, alright? But it's just a general statement. I've seen this on Twitter as well. It's someone who doesn't interact with me or anything like that, alright? So, I'm not calling anyone out who I know, really. It's just someone who exists in the same space. But I've seen it a number of times where they'll post about boundaries all the time, and they're really like, yeah, boundaries, everyone respect boundaries. And then they'll just say something like, Like there was a post fairly recently that talked about if you had a rule about the people self-promoting in your stream, you're just insecure because you already share a common point of interest with people in them being a streamer, and so you're just insecure and selfish if you don't let them talk about it in your place. That was the tweet, and it's like, I'm sorry, I thought we were all about boundaries, and if my boundaries that I don't like people talking about that, so I've now lost the ability to have that boundary because it doesn't agree with your idea of what my stream should be. Which, keep in mind the wording of that, what someone else's idea of what my place should be. Not what my place should be because I want it to be like that, what someone else's idea of what my place should be. My response to that is, fuck you, it's my place and I will do what I want in it. Like, people are all about boundaries until it comes to them saying something that goes against other people's boundaries, in which case it's fuck everyone else's boundaries because it doesn't matter anymore. And it just pisses me off because the same people will sit there and spout that shit about boundaries, 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 and then you flip it and it's like, well, I've broken your boundaries by saying this thing, but it doesn't matter because you're an asshole for having boundaries. And it's like, fuck you talking about? Why don't you just stay in your own lane and worry about your own shit, not everyone else's, and trying to police everyone else's fucking stuff? Honestly. Safe to say I fundamentally disagree with a lot of that person's opinions on things. So thankfully I don't ever have to see them or anything. Because, yeah, they're like one of those people who just naturally rubs me the wrong way. And whenever I see any, like, posts of stuff like that, from, like, maybe someone retweeting it or something, or, like, a recommended, you know? Like, one of the recommended posts on Twitter, it always pisses me off, and I remember why I'm always annoyed whenever I see their posts. Just fucks me right off when people do stuff like that. They're like, well, my rules are one way, so your rules should all be the same. And it's like, no. Like, just no. I don't even need to elaborate. Lucky enough that I have people that tell me if something I did or said made them feel a certain way. See, that's a great thing to have, Nitty. We'll learn from our mistakes and try not to make them again. This is true. Right, I'll give you a great example of this. Me recently, right, with my suddenly becoming single again, right? Earlier this week, I had a long conversation with them where we both kind of just talked it out. And we had a big talk about stuff and found out that a lot of the stuff where kind of like there wasn't like friction or anything, right? But a lot of the stuff where we kind of misunderstood each other literally just came down to the fact that we never actually said what we thought about something. Right? And it was kind of the complete opposite, but it was just because we'd never said anything that led to the situation of, like, it creating a bit of a weird dynamic on it. You know? So, as you say, it's like, that's why I always say with stuff like that, it's like the key to any healthy relationship with anyone in any kind of thing, whether it be a parent, a friend, or someone you're in an actual, like, romantic relationship with, is communication is, like, the key to everything. Because if you understand what's going on with any person you ever interact with, nothing's ever really going to go wrong, because you can just talk about it. And then you don't have a weird situation of people, you know, coming up with conspiracy theories about shit going on behind them and whatnot, you know? But yeah, I suppose it's taught me a bit more about that, which, you know, as an introverted person, I suppose it's kind of hard to deal with, because I just don't really talk that much in the first place. But it was a useful thing to learn about and to talk about, you know, and I think because of that, earlier this week, we will probably now go on to become probably a lot stronger friends than we were before that, purely just because we actually talk to each other a bit more now. You know? So I'm just glad that we're still friends, you know? Literally describes what happened with this one girl a few weeks ago. What's this dragon? Your false dragon gone? What does the bit in brackets in the title say? Forgot how long this cutscene is as well with Arven. Takes forever to get through. Really annoying. Very hot take. Shouldn't force your friends to come out of their shells. They will do this on their own time. Doing so will only make them resent you more for pushing that boundary. I think you're right, Nee. You're right. And it happens eventually anyway. It happens to everyone, basically. And, you know, it's happened to me many times, you know, where there are people that I've just not really been that open just with in general. Because I'm just not a hugely open person, as we said. And, you know, eventually over time, you just kind of open up about stuff. And when it happens, it just kind of happens. And that's it. Oh, look. We're being taunted by the rain again. Lovely. It's going to rain everywhere now, isn't it? Because we don't want it anymore. Rain. Well, that's 2 bits done. Let's go to the Elite Four, because we're already straight ready to go and fight them. So I reckon... Well... Do we need to pick up the pace? I'm trying to think. Well... So we need an hour to do Area 0, so we knock that back to 4 hours. So we've got 2 hours and 10 minutes to beat the Elite Four and everyone else in between, basically. We pre-set up our team here. It's Ground is the first team we're going to be facing. So we want to make sure that we got a good team to fight Ground. Appleton is given. I think Garchomp is good here. Goodra does have Water moves, so actually that's a potential option. Dragapult drops and we bring in, I think, Baxcalibur. Arguably, you could say Tatsugiri is a good option here as well, being Dragon and... Water. So I think that's an you know, like a good Pokemon to maybe bring in as well. The real question here is this the Wish Cache that has Blizzard, or is this... I can't remember. I think there's one in the end of BDSP that always I get confused with. It is the one that has Blizzard. Right. So... Blizzard. Probably the best thing, given that it's a Blizzard one, is probably to run Baxcalibur instead and go with that. I would say. I think Baxcalibur is probably just the better option. Life Orb Bax, I think, is a better option to run up front against Whiscash than getting hit by Blizzard with full Dragon or Dragon Ground or something. Because Appleton will be great. We just need to get rid of the Ice type first. Should be a default thing friends should already know to do. Yeah. I agree, you know. I'm glad that I have the friends that I do who are absolutely amazing. So, I'm just very lucky that I have the friends that I do, you know. And that the people that I do properly open up to are who they are. And they're great people. You know, I'm very lucky. Not everyone's as lucky as me when it comes to that, of course. So, I'm just glad that I have the people I do, you know. Thunderous pranking me? Dude, fuck Thunderous. Thunderous and Tornadoes trolling us. Also, Ninja Man, I gotta tell you, there's a lot of people who are just offended by that. The fact that you keep to yourself makes them make assumptions about you because you can't disprove them. Yeah. Yeah, to some degree, I think so, yeah. I suppose it just depends in general. Some people understand it, some people don't, I think. There's people that kind of can get offended because of you not talking to them, you know, like I've seen it a few times where people will kind of have like the assumption of people disliking someone because they don't talk to them very often, which is something that I do. Like, I'm the type of person that with a lot of people, if I didn't talk to them for 6 months, I could just come back afterwards and kind of kick off where it was from, right? I guess it has to be Grusha, doesn't it? So it has to be Glacedo. But like, some people would get offended by that because they'd think I hated them because I hadn't talked to them for 6 months. Rather than like me just not wanting to talk or whatever. Or just not wanting to instigate conversations with people, you know? That's just the thing, though, you know? It's like, I feel like that's... the true people who you become close friends with are the people who understand you as a person better than anyone else. And that's the key to strong bonds with people, you know? Is people who understand you at your core, and it's good for everybody. That's what I say. Some people you really gel with in that way, and some people you don't, you know? And that's just kind of how it is. There's nothing worse, though, than people who, like... How do I describe it? You do also get people out there, though, who do this, where they, quote-unquote, become friends with people because they want to look good to someone else. Right? Where it's basically just an ulterior motive to become closer with someone else or to make themselves look more impressive to someone else, which I've also seen, which is stupid. Where you'll get people who will, like, kind of vaguely pretend to be friends with people just because they want to look good in front of their other friend. Which is just fucked up in its own way. And I don't know, dude. This is why I hate people, right? This is why I hate people. I just don't like people. I just stick to my stuff and play my games and stay away from everybody else. That's what I do. Here we go. Elite Four. Round 1 versus Rika. Let's go. People are weird. Sometimes I don't know if I am people. You don't do that, Nee. You don't do that. You're not a weirdo, Nee. Well, you are a weirdo in your own way, but not in a bad way, you know what I mean? You're like unique weirdo, where you have like your own quirks like everybody does, but you're not in a bad way. See what I mean? Yeah, the introverts like forming a little group together as well. That's always cool. People being pals with one of the famous, with that one famous dude in high school who bullies and will mock others. To some degree, yeah. Yeah. You'll get stuff like that. Stuff like that bothers me because I've always just kind of... Oh, wow, freezing working out in our favor. I just think when it comes to a lot of stuff, it's like... It's just easier and better for everyone if you're just a genuine person. And I just don't have time for bullshit, you know? I just don't have time for it these days. I used to be kind of like... I used to kind of find it interesting to see through people's BS. Because you can kind of tell with a lot of situations, right? You can kind of see through people who are just blatantly lying to your face. You know? When they're just huffing that sweet old copium. And you just know that they're like... They try and justify whatever it is they're doing to themselves, but you've seen through it and you already know that they're being a snake or whatever. And, yeah, I used to find that quite funny to like, figure people out in that way. And then after a while, I just decided that I just didn't give a fuck anymore. It just became exhausting to try and figure out what everybody's intentions are constantly, so now I just don't care. And I just don't interact with anyone. Excalibur's done quite a good job there, hasn't he? I'd say. Fairly solid. Which means now we can successfully bring out the boy. Fruit Boy, in fact, who's now going to come out and sweep. Who's he got to fight? Clodsire and... No, just Clodsire. Never mind. We'll go for Leech Seed. We could just one-shot him, probably, but... You remember us fighting Great Tusk, anyway. Yeah, I don't know. Like, people are just annoying, man. People are just annoying. Like when it comes to stuff like that, I'd rather surround myself with genuine people than. It's like you know when we were talking about this yesterday with stream, where I was saying about like feeling like in the 3 years that I've been streaming, I always probably could have done slightly, or I could have done slightly better, you know? Not in a way of just like discrediting what I've already done, but in the sense of I've always felt like I've had potential to do more. I've just never quite, it's never quite clicked and I've never quite gotten it. I was talking about this yesterday. When I say things like that, what I mean is like, I could have just been like another like sellout person and done whatever to try and do something like that. But I'm just not really like that, you know? I'm not willing to just bullshit people to try and get like a quick boost to myself. Like some people will. So, I don't know. Normalize being a small weirdo who does things on your own terms. Yeah. I'd rather do something on my own terms and be worse off at it than do it for the wrong reasons and be successful. Some people will probably think that's a stupid mindset, but it's like I remember I saw this. This was when, do you remember when Kick first came out? The website Kick, like the streaming platform Kick. Anyone remember when that first came out? And there was like a bunch of controversy about it because of what they were doing, and they offered the 90-10 sub splits and all that stuff. And some people were moving over to Kick, right? And then there became this weird void when it came to like Twitch of people who went to Kick. Like, people who went to Kick who the Twitch people weren't like, you know, kind of viewed as a bit of a sellout. But then you had the people who moved over to Kick who complained about Twitch people. And I remember one tweet that I saw in particular where someone was like, wow, like, complaining about people who didn't decide to move to Kick, right? And they said, like, must be nice being able to, like, afford to make that decision to not do that. To, like, hold your quote-unquote morals over making money. And it's like, if you say something like that, you're just naive, because most people aren't doing it for that reason. Like, I'm fully aware that, like, at that time, people were making way more money on Kick, but, like, would I have considered moving there? Fuck no. I'm not a sellout. Like, that's the wrong music. Oh. Well, like, I take my stream sponsors every now and then because, you know, at the end of the day, your boy's gotta eat. And if I don't eat, there ain't no stream. So sometimes I'll take the stream sponsors and stuff like that because we need to. But if I really wanted to, I could do one of those literally every month. I choose not to, though. Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's different, yeah. But, like, there was, like, this weird dynamic going on where people would, like, shit on people who stayed on Twitch for being like, wow, must be nice that you don't have to do that. And it's like, you act like because I made the, because I, like, make a decision to stay with Twitch rather than moving to another platform, like I'm suddenly rich and none of my problems that I have exist. Because I decided to take a moral ground on not moving to a platform that was built for people who got banned on Twitch for being a bunch of fucking morons. And guess what happened? How much controversy has Kick had since with, like, sexual harassment and all kinds of shit on there? I think I made the right call. It just annoys me, man. Always annoys me. I think I missed something in chat anyway. Hang on. Eventually reach a point in your life where you realize that everyone has their opinion of you and they're not always positive and not lead to say, yeah, like, I don't care. I was talking about this yesterday as well. Like, I know there's people out there who don't like me. Good for them, I guess. Like, if they want me to be mad about the fact they don't like me, then they ain't gonna get it because I don't care. And like the thing is, when it comes to people, and I've talked about this as well recently, right? To do with a particular situation that happened. If someone doesn't like me,
Anyway,
I'd rather they just leave me alone and go away permanently, rather than try and like keep coming back. If you know what I mean. Like, for the redeems, everybody. Like, there's certain situations with someone recently who, you know, we've talked about a few times, who I'm not the biggest fan of because of some choices that they decided to make last year that involved them turning their back on a number of people that I was friends with, including me, over something that didn't even involve them, that they got involved in because they decided they wanted to, right? It was an issue between two other people, and then they kind of threw themselves into the middle of it, and then decided to walk away from all the people who were involved who hadn't actually done anything wrong because they blindly believed what someone else had said, when it turned out they were full of shit. And they decided to walk away, which is fine, and I never had any problem with that, and that's fine. If you don't like me anymore for whatever reason, that's fine. You can go and leave. That's absolutely fine. Never gonna have a problem with that. But then, you know, color me surprised when a year later they come back, try and refollow me on every platform, and then try and talk to me, and it's like, go the fuck away. Like, you made your choice. I don't want to see you or talk to you anymore. Just leave me alone. And then when I kind of like started removing them on platforms, kept doing it, and it's like, no, like, is it not obvious I don't want to talk to you? Go away. Why would I want to talk to you? You know, it's like I don't want you around very clearly, hence why, like, when you left in the first place, so why would I want you around again now? Just go away. Like, just leave me alone. It pisses me off when people can't leave people alone, you know? People are supposed to be adults, right? Particularly like in my space, I have like a very 18+ space, and I expect people to act like adults. And when people don't act like adults, it creates a problem. Because I give people the respect to assume that they're going to act like an adult. And when they don't, it's annoying. You know? It pisses me off when people do that. Welcome back, Shags, as well, by the way. We've been talking about all kinds of stuff, mate. We've been ranting and going off about stuff. Just pisses me off when people do things like that. Not everyone. This is only once I've seen this happen as well, by the way. So, like, everyone else I have no problem with when it comes to stuff like that. There are people who I know don't like me who just avoid me and leave me alone. And I have more respect for them from the fact they actually did it than the people who keep constantly trying to poke me with a fucking stick. It's like, just go away, man. Like, I don't know, if you want to get a reaction out of me, you'll just get blocked or banned or whatever, and then you'll probably go and cry about it to people. And it's like, well, you kind of asked for it, didn't you? It's like, if I knew someone didn't like me and then they suddenly banned me one day when I kept trying to interact with them, I wouldn't sit there and be like, oh my god, guys, I got fucking banned. Oh, it's a piece of shit. I'd just be like, oh, damn. Guess that's my fault then. But some people don't think like that, I suppose. Sponsorship is different than leaving your audience for money. Yeah, I mean, like, the thing is, though, like, with the sponsors, any of the big special streams we've ever done literally wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for the sponsors, right? I don't do them all that often. You know, I potentially will do maybe one, maybe even two more this year. I don't know. Who knows? But, like, with those things, like, a lot of those special streams that we've done literally wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for that, because there ain't no way in fucking hell I was going to be able to afford some of those streams. Like, I've talked about this before, right? You remember the Pokemon week we did at the end of last year? The Christmas run-in week, the special stream? That week? Where we did all the booster boxes and opened one of everything from Pokemon 151 set, and we did, like, the special celebration week for 1,000 followers and the run until Christmas. I think I've said it on stream before, but, like, buying all the stuff and getting all the stuff set up for that stream cost me nearly £1,000. The only reason we were able to even consider doing that is because we'd done a sponsor before that thankfully was able to actually help me deal with paying for that stuff. Now, keep in mind, that isn't something where it's like, I did that and made any money back on it, because most likely what happened during that week, because of the nature of it, was I probably made something like a £900 loss because of doing that stream, you know? But I chose to spend the money to do a special stream in the event of that because the sponsor helped me out with it, and we wanted to do something nice, which we did, you know? But like shit like that would never have happened if it wasn't for being able to do those sponsored streams, because I wouldn't be able to afford anything like that at all. I mean, shit, the other day when I was thinking about it, well, you know, when I'd said for like a few weeks now, I was like, Stellar Miracle, we're going to do that stream when it comes out. This entire week, I've been waiting for the pre-order price to come up thinking, should I actually be doing this, you know? Thinking like, is it actually responsible of me to spend the money that I barely have to do this fucking booster box opening? I'm like, I probably will, because I think I can just about justify it. But it's like, you know, my initial reaction was to be like, should I like make it a bit more interesting than just the box and the ETB, because that won't last us that long. And then my sensible side prevailed and went, no, let's just stick with that. So I will officially mention this now, unless anything else crazy happens. All we're going to be doing in that stream is we're opening the ETB and the booster box. I'm not planning on getting anything else unless, if anything else happens, like if we open any more boxes, it ain't going to be me who's responsible for that, right? It would be like someone else bought something and wanted me to open it on stream, because I haven't got the money to be opening more stuff on stream than that. So, by all means, if you really want to, you can look at the throne and contribute to the stream if you want to, but that's completely optional, and I'm never going to tell anyone that you should do that in the first place. You should look after yourselves and consider buying yourself something before you consider buying something for someone like me. I think. Kind of like the opposite of love is hatred, it's indifference. Someone who's fixated on you and your attention when they don't get it. They get their Nixon twist. They tried to get a ride out of you just so you'll communicate with them. I mean, you made a clear choice not to. Well, see, the weird thing was that person didn't even talk to me for ages, and it's not even like I was close with them in the first place. The closest I would say that I was with that person anyway is they were a vague acquaintance, in that they were friends of friends, and I sort of knew them. And, like, I wouldn't... they would sometimes come into stream, and I would sometimes talk to them. Like, that's as far as it went. It wasn't like we were, like, friends or anything, really. We weren't, like, hardcore friends, you know? So, like, with that, it doesn't make sense for anyone to do what they did. Because it's just kind of like, you know, it's just kind of silly. I later found out a reason why they did what they did, and it made more sense afterwards. I'm not going to say it because, you know, I don't think I need to mention it on here. But basically, there was to some degree an ulterior motive of why they did it in the first place. And it makes me laugh even more, knowing what it was. Because, oh boy. Yeah, we don't need to get into that territory, but oh boy, was there an interesting ulterior motive on that. It made me laugh quite a lot when I found it out. To be fair, unban requests aren't really on top of our priorities. Yeah, there's that, what is that? That Boris Turtle guy who said something racist once, who's been stuck in the unban request for like the last 8 months. He won't ever get unbanned, that guy. He'll just stay there in purgatory forever. But yeah. I don't know, people's like... I always think with me, I'll always stand with my moral or ethical choice above, like, success, right? And, like, as I say, like, with, like, those sponsor ones, I'm sure there's someone out there who will say that, oh, he's selling out or whatever. Not really. At the same time, streaming is how I make money, and if I don't make money, I can't stream. Because, you know, I'll fucking die. Because I won't have any food, I won't have any whatever, and so it might as well just be the end of it, right? So, like, every once in a while, I have to take something like that when I get the opportunity, because, you know, if there ain't a streamer, there ain't gonna be a stream. But some people even then would still take, like, issue with that. So, I don't know. I was talking about this with Bevan the other day, where he made it... It was one of, like, Bevan's typical jokes when I talked about it, and he was like, oh, you just stream for the money. You only stream for the money. You know? And I was, like, joking with him, and I said, Bevan, if I was only streaming for the money, I'd run a subathon every other week, mate. Clearly, I'd not. It's true, though, isn't it? Like, I could really aggressively push stuff like that if I really wanted to make money constantly. If that's the only reason I did it, I could be really aggressive about pushing monetization and stuff like that. I could run sub-only VODs. Shit like that, you know? I don't. Choose not to, and I never will. Because I value my own moral choice or whatever above doing something that I don't want to do. Whether or not it would be useful or successful or not. And it's just the way it is, you know? And when Facebook was new and everyone basically treated Facebook friends like stock. Remember people literally only knew you for like 10 minutes and spoke 2 words, so you're going hyperventilating and say you want to be Facebook friends. Yeah, I remember, like, they used to happen to me every once in a while as well, where I'd get someone who I'd never really interacted with before who'd add me, and it's like, bro, I haven't spoken to you for like 4 years. You probably don't even know who I am. Now we're dead now with Garchomp, nice. This Oricorio is annoying because it has Icy Wind. Why does it have Icy Wind? Why does Oricorio have Icy Wind? That's a better question here. Why does Oricorio, a freaking flying type, have Icy Wind? What a weird choice of move. Need to hear about their motives later. Don't think I heard the why part. I mean, I could just say it now. I wanted to. I mean, I could. Why not? Yo, Bevan, love that guy. We love you both. You and Bevan socially. Love you both. But no, alright. I mean, I could just say what it is. It doesn't matter. It's not like they're going to watch the stream anyway. Because they can't, but... So the TLDR version of their motive for it is they'd fallen out with someone they were friends with who they knew I didn't like and tried to become friends with me like a little snake because they realized that I didn't like the person and would probably give them some dirt on them. That's the reason they tried to become friends with me again. It's pretty pathetic, isn't it, really? Yeah. Welcome to the life of internet streamers, man. Somehow far worse. Yeah. Or the Oricorio do, actually. Why, though? Why do they have Icy Wind? Like, it doesn't make sense. They just shouldn't have it. But yeah, I don't know. It's just like, stuff like that just annoys me, as I say. Like, when I found out the reason why they tried doing it, it just made it, not like it made me laugh, really. You know? It's just like, what's the point? What is the point? Honestly. I love how the whole time we've just been talking about this stuff. We're not even worried about the game because of how we've just been motoring through. Is this the same person I'm thinking of? Probably not, Nitty. It wasn't... It's not them, no. It's not the person who won't be named. Who we've talked about before. It's not them, no. It's not Burger King, no. If you know, you know. That's like the code word. It's not that, though, Nitty, no. Someone from the same circle, though, funnily enough. I won't say any more than that, because I'll get in trouble, probably. But actually, will I get in trouble? Or do I care if I get in trouble? Not really. I'm not going to name drop them, but if you really want to know, I'll tell you, Nitty. I won't name drop them on stream anyway, because quite frankly, I don't want to give them any of the fucking publicity. Right, I'll send you the message right now if you want. I don't mind. There you go. Don't bother me. There's a lot of stuff goes on behind the scenes with certain people that nobody really knows about. with certain people who do some dodgy stuff. Like, dude, I feel like some of the stuff that I've heard from people, I could expose so many people for doing some bad shit. This is horrible, because I've got this team here, right, which is a good team. But at the same time, I look at it and I think Dragon Darts Dragapult would be really good here. But I honestly think this team is the one we go with here, isn't it? This has got to be the team. I think Baxcalibur. Yeah, it was them, Nitty, yeah. Believe it or not, it was them. We only have Dragon Tail on Dragonite, which makes me think, oh, you know what? We're going to go for a Hail Mary play. We're going for a Hail Mary here. Outrage Dragonite. Lead is going to be Outrage Dragonite. With lefties. Lefties in the... We'll put Life Orb on them instead. We'll put lefties on backs, and then this setup seems fairly good, because then we have a special wall in Goodra as well. I feel sad not putting Fruit Boy in, but I think this is the good thing here. I think with Hassel, it's going to be chess, where we trade pieces. Yeah, it could be. What I kind of want is I want him to use... Super Fang on his Noivern that he runs up front, rather than Dragon Pulse, because I think it'll do less damage to our boy here, Dragonite. Why does Godzilla always lose HP after an attack? Baxcalibur, you mean, I'm guessing. Yeah, so Baxcalibur has an item on called the Life Orb. So the Life Orb boosts the... I think it's I want to say it's a 30% boost to the damage that it deals, but in order for the trade-off, it means it takes 10% of his HP as recoil damage every time he uses a move. So he gets an increased power, but takes damage for doing it, basically. So that's why. But there you go. Good observation, though, to be fair, Bruce. So yeah, that's why. So we have items. I'll explain what some of them do if you want as well, while I'm just like running through. So Dragonite we ran with... What did we put on Dragonite? Dragonite now has Life Orb, so Dragonite should take the damage every turn. There you go, lost some of HP for doing that. Then you've got... what else have we got on people? We don't need Dragon Dance on Dragonite, that'd be fine. Welcome in, Perry Penguin. How's it going? And we have Leftovers on someone, which is an Apple Core. That basically regenerates HP every turn. It's like 1/16 of your HP bar comes back every turn. We have one item called Assault Vest, which increases special defense, which is one of the stats in game. Makes you more bulky, but the trade-off is that it means you can't use anything that doesn't attack. So you couldn't use a move that did no damage, but was designed to do something else, like a status move or a boost move to increase your own stats. Dragonite here as well, it's locked into the move Outrage, so it has to just keep using it until it eventually runs out of turns using it and then becomes confused, which will probably happen here or next turn. It's got to be here, surely, hasn't it? Yeah, there you go. He's confused now. So we can ban the bot there as well, if anyone's wondering what that was. But Dragonite has basically swept this so far, which is insane, considering what we have left at the back. We have 5 more insanely powerful dragons. Dragon type is kind of one of the strongest types in the game. So, yeah. Oh, he missed! Oh, Dragonite's getting really lucky right now. Can he dodge the confusion? Will he hit Outrage again? Oh, he will! Oh, let's go. Well, he's going to die to recoil from Life Orb, but that's kind of hilarious, though. Dragonite, take a bow. Take a bow. Dodges the confusion. Gets, what, 4 kills straight? It's almost a straight sweep from Dragonite on Outrage, bringing in whoever's next. And I think we'll give it to Haxorus. Why not? Because he's guaranteed to survive anyway, because of him having a Focus Sash. So Focus Sash is another item, basically means that he will guaranteed survive any hit that would normally kill him once. So he will survive on 1 HP once if he would get one-shotted. Which means we're going to boost ourselves on the first turn with Dragon Dance, knowing that we can live, which gives us a boost to our speed and our attack stat. So we get stronger and faster, and we're guaranteed to survive this hit. Although, hang on, did I just see he was 1 HP down? I really hope that wasn't what I thought it was, but was he not full HP? Oh, hang on. I feel like I just looked and it said he was 189 out of 190. Please tell me Haxorus wasn't minus 1 HP. And if he is, why is he? Because I don't think he's even gone in a fight yet, has he? Oh, he is. Oh, shit. We have to hope he survives now, then. Never mind. That's actually a misplay from me. I didn't realize he wasn't full HP. Have a good one, Maximum. I appreciate you hanging out and vibing with us, and I hope you have a great rest of the night, okay? Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for being here. And I will see you on Sunday, okay? We die here now. Okay, he survived on Friendship, so we actually got really lucky there, but Haxorus should have died. Now, I almost guarantee you this will one-shot. Reason being, I knew about the thing recently with Baxcalibur, but I didn't know what Glaive Rush actually did. In the event that he's used Glaive Rush, which he just did, Baxcalibur takes double damage the next turn after a Glaive Rush. So this, with Dragon Dance, Dragon Claw, should one-shot Baxcalibur. There you go. See, that's kind of one of those ones where it's both an easy and a bad fight, because Dragon is super effective against Dragon, so it's really good against itself. So both of our teams were very evenly matched in the way that he's got a Dragon team and I've got a Dragon team. So we're both really good against each other, but by that logic, we're also bad against each other because we're weak and strong to each other. So, yeah. Any other items we've got on now that I think about it? There's a bunch of stuff like that. We have like a bunch of cool items in game. Rocky Helmet is another one where if anything makes a contact move, so something that physically hits us, so say like if it used a move Fire Punch, where a punch obviously is a physical contact, it will damage the thing that hits us for like some damage. It's like a hazard basically. So when he hits us, he takes damage. It's saved us a few times before in winning fights where they take damage every turn from something and then we win because of Rocky Helmet. So, welcome in, Jules. How's it going? Can you turn Friendship off in your games? No, you cannot. I don't think you've... I don't know if you've ever been able to turn it off, actually, in the... since they added it as a mechanic. So basically, for anyone who doesn't know how that works, the higher your Friendship stat is with a Pokemon, you build it up over time by leveling them, giving them items. You know, they build up the friendship with you pretty much from using them over time. Winning fights, leveling up, gaining stats, stuff like that. And one of the more modern mechanics they added was a situation like that, where sometimes what happens is your Pokemon will dodge an attack or survive on 1 HP, and it will say it toughed it out, or, you know, it listened to a well-timed shout, so it was able to dodge the move, okay? Which basically is a friendship thing working. Now, they are a little overpowered in some cases, because what it means is you're able to pretty much get like a free survival that you shouldn't have won. So in a lot of cases, you'll survive on 1 HP when you probably should have just died, and it's a bit unfair. But, you know, it's not that big of a deal. I think I'm going to run Haxorus up front here. I'm going to try and Dragon Dance on Espathra, I think. Although I'm going to check and make sure it doesn't have a priority move. It has quick attack. Bollocks. Oh, we don't have any good leads. The only good lead we have is Goodra. I guess we have to run Goodra. Yeah, I think we have to run Goodra here. Because it's the only thing really that can go toe-to-toe with Espathra. The problem is, though, Goodra doesn't really have a move to kill it. If we could have Dark Pulse or something, that'd be insane. But we can't. We only have Dragon Pulse and Water Pulse. Do we have any Dark TMs that are good? Hyper Beam, dude. That's what we need. Hyper Beam Goodra. T-Bolt's quite nice. Shadow Ball, Tailwind. The only other option is, of course, we run Dragapult. But Dragapult is kind of risky if we run that thing up front. Because if he dies, we lose a Pokemon for free really early. It's kind of a risk if we do it. I think I'd rather just run Goodra and see what happens. Yeah, it kind of sounds dumb, but Espathra is actually probably one of the most dangerous Pokemon that we're going to fight in this whole match. Other than that, I'm not really that concerned about most things, but that thing's actually going to be kind of annoying. So we'll give Goodra a blast, shall we, and see how that goes. Let's check Goodra's stats again real quick. You know, decent special attack, decent special defense, even with the boost from our Assault Vest, should make us a lot more bulky. We should be fine. Let's go in and see what happens. Let's do it. I think we'll be okay. We'll see. The friendship does feel like cheating sometimes. Yeah, you can lower friendship, to be fair. The only problem with that is sometimes the ones to lower friendship or whatever, or lowering... Ooh, this works. We have hydration going for us because of the rain. The rain's trolling us again. But sometimes doing the friendship lowering stuff can negatively impact stats and things as well. So it can be kind of a double-edged sword sometimes. We'll say it makes the fights more dramatic because you can tell when it kicks in if it was... Yeah, it has made some incredible clutch moments. I remember when we did BDSP, when we were memeing in the second Nuzlocke run, just to kind of do the what-if run, I think it was. Or was it in the... No, it was in the the Living Dex challenge. And we had it where our Jirachi lived 7 turns in a row on 1 HP against Garchomp. It was kind of insane. Risk it for the biscuit? Yeah, we will. Indeed we do. We're risking everything. It's on the line right now. We're going crazy here. This is a risky ploy, basically, here. We got to see what happens. I think the best thing for us to do here on turn 1 is go Acid Spray. I could be wrong. Gone Reflect. That's good. That gives us a free turn. We minus the special defense with this move. It's a little bit of damage. Not going to do a lot. But it's double minus special defense, which means Espathra is now more vulnerable to Dragon Pulse. I'm also going to protect. No, I can't because of Assault Vest. Never mind. I was going to try and scout what I was going to do, but Dazzling Gleam. Oh, Goodra! 40 damage! Oh, no way. Okay. So you know when I said, like, Espathra was the most dangerous member of the opposition? We're just going to sweep her now. Geeta's just going to lose because... Espathra was like the only thing I was concerned about, and it did 40 damage with a super effective fairy move. Oh dear. But this thing has Play Rough Go-Go as well, but again, we'll just Acid Spray and then knock it out with a Dragon Pulse next turn. And we outspeed with the Goodra, so I mean... Ah, no, dude. Although, it does look like... Bulk Up. It does look like the ad break has just started, though, actually, so we will find out what happens after the break. I hate to be annoying like that, but, you know. The rule that we have here when it comes to the ad breaks, just if anyone's ever wondering why we switch screens when we do it, it's basically because it's to not punish the people who don't subscribe to the channel, of course, so they don't miss the stream. So in the event that we have an ad break like this in the middle of a fight, we'll always just switch to the BRB screen and I just put the controller down and we wait. Unless I'm playing a multiplayer game where I can't, obviously, like War Thunder, but I'll always try and stop the stream so that nobody actually misses anything. So you get, like, the benefit of the break from the ads where you can have a quick stretch and that, but you're also not going to miss anything. So, yeah. That being said, I actually might get up and have a stretch real quick, though. So I actually will go and have a quick refill on my water and stuff. So I'll be back in a second, okay? But yeah, it is always worth risking it in situations like this. You got to, you got to throw caution to the wind sometimes. I'll be back in a second, okay? BRB. Oh, hello. It's another bot. What is that badge, though? What is that? Badge earned for watching... Oh, something in Spanish by the looks of it. Interesting. Well, there you go. That's another bot that's about to get banned anyway. A lot of Twitch bots running around at the minute. Let's switch back as well to the main screen. And pause the music. Badge is kind of rad, though. I thought it was something for, like, Twitter. I was like, oh, x.com is it or something? X.com badge right there. That's what it is. It's a Twitter badge. Alright. Here we go. Dragon Pulse time from Gudra. Oh, we didn't kill. That's fine. It's fine. Gudra really was just kind of our defensive option here, keep in mind. And it's killed 2 things already as the defense. We haven't even got into the offensive side of the team yet. We're going to die to Veluza here. There's no way we outspeed. But keep in mind, Gudra is the defense. Gudra lived on 1 HP. No. That's that friendship thing again right there. Gudra just lived when it should have died. And it's a speed tie. No. Oh, God. Gudra's done it again, dude. It's another clutch from Gudra. He's killed 3 things. What is happening? That's so bullshit, though, for the game. Dragon Pulse against Avalog is going to do a boatload of damage. Yep. Well, he hits us with Avalanche. Gudra finally goes down after knocking out... What, 3 Mons? And now it gets worse because we just bring in something even stronger via the form of Garchomp. Ooh, although it is against... Oh, we actually might get one-shot here. That's the only thing I didn't think about then with Garchomp real quick, is we didn't have a special move to knock out the Avalug. It's fine though, because we still got the 4 others. We'll just run onto Thingy instead, Haxorus. That was a misplay there. But we're getting a bit confident because, of course, you know, we're so far in the lead. It's not really a problem. We also kind of lost our counter for King Gambit, but we do still have Salamence, so... Yeah, it's not the end of the world. He's probably going to hit us with Kowtow Cleave, so... It's Dark, we're Dragon, it's a neutral match. Supreme Overlord's kind of dangerous right now. But I'm going to hit him with Breaking Swipe, because we know he's not Defiant. Should knock his attack down 1. So I'm just going to keep... It was a crit as well. That should be -1 attack. Friendship's bloody magic, honestly. Notice we have no nicknames this time around. We were going to do them. And then we just never did. We had plans to do them because we come up with the theme and everything. We just never actually ended up doing them. I reckon with 1 more, we live this next turn, and then we can actually use a crunch on him. But we're just knocking his attack down to make him less threatening. Oh. There's another one. He lived on a pinch. 1 HP from Haxorus. He might have Sucker Punch, actually, but... No, he doesn't. Alright, that was actually rubbish. Well, Haxorus... Admittedly, Haxorus kind of got put in a crap matchup there for that one. I think I'd rather put Salamence in next with Flamethrower, so we'll go over that, and then we'll deal with the Glimora as we do. Another Intimidate, so he's down to -4 attack now as well, this King Gambit. And he's about to die, so... Damn, he lived that? Okay, never mind. Well, at least the Stone Edge did so little damage. I'm surprised he lived that, though. He's not that bulky on his special, is he? Maybe he is. Well, that was probably the... Honestly, That was probably the most hard work we've done knocking out a King Gambit in any of these runs ever, I think. Damn. He actually put up a little bit of a fight there. I'm kind of surprised. Genuinely surprised he did so well there. Glamora is going to go Terra Rock. So, Dragon Claw's our best option. We will get hit super effectively ×4 by this. So it's going to do quad effective damage if it hits us and outspeeds us. But Salamence is pretty nippy. So, basically, the problem we have now is Garchomp was the only thing we had that had a resist to its main move here in Terra Blast. So we're kind of relying on the AI to do something stupid here to not hopefully one-shot everything we have. We'll see. Go and Daz. Crit. I don't think the crit mattered. So I think the best thing we can do is run probably with Dragonite second, go for an Outrage, and then keep Baxcalibur at the back. Because I think Baxcalibur has probably got the best chance of doing, like, really big damage to it. So I say we go Outrage. Okay, we don't outspeed, so we are going to get hit with a rock. Oh, it's not quad effective, actually, is it? This is just only super effective. So Dragonite might live this. We'll see. Oh, that was close. All right, Dragonite. Good lad. Dragonite survives on 3 HP. No friendship required. Just bulky HP and defense. There we go. And I just realized we still haven't fought bloody Eri, have we? We said we weren't going to do the Elite Four yet. We still needed to fight Team Star Eri, and we forgot. Jesus, I completely forgot we needed to do that. We need to go and beat her. Oh, crap. We haven't beaten her yet. I completely forgot that we needed to defeat her still. Oh, well. Well, I guess we'll go and do that in a minute, then. Yeah, so we need to... Out of the fights we need to do today, we still need to beat Eri. We need to beat our rival Nemona, Arven, Cassiopeia/Penny, and the Director. We got 5 fights, and then we do the Professor. So we have 5 fights, and then we need an hour to do the last bit. That's kind of how it works with that thing. Eri standing in the parking lot screaming at us to come fight. Yeah. The ace that should be the front runner. Yeah, I know, right? King Gambit should be at the back and Glamora should have been at the front. Well, what can you do? I'm just spamming through all this because keep in mind, we've played through this game. This is the 18th time. So we've seen this all so many times that I just skip through it all now because there's no point waiting around, you know? But basically, the TLDR to any non-Pokemon people is we just beat the champion of the region. So we're now like the strongest trainer in the region, basically. So that's what we did there for the story progression part of it. What we need to do now is go all the way up here, which we haven't done yet, to go and defeat the Team Star member, who's part of the quote-unquote evil team. They're not actually evil, but we need to go and beat them now to finish that story off as well. Need to finish up the washing up and then head to bed. No worries, Nitty. You take it easy, my dude. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it as always. I hope you have a wonderful rest of the night. And we will see you when we see you, okay? Take it easy, man. Thanks for hanging out with us. Who do I... Nah, Goodra is really good here. Goodra doesn't get a fire move, does it? Hmm. I'm going to need something to fight Lucario. I don't think we have a fire move we can put on Goodra. Unless I run Thunderbolt, but... Which is possible. Yeah, we'll do that. Why not? One question before I go. Is this a potentially second flawless run? Unfortunately, no. It is not. Due to a unfortunate series of events when we fought Grusha, it's not a flawless run, no. To explain the kind of quick version of what ended up happening, we were on the back foot for the whole fight, obviously, because it was an ice-type gym, and it was a fairly close fight the entire way through. It got to a 2v1 against Altaria, who was obviously Terra Ice, has Moonblast and Ice Beam and stuff, so it had a bad set of moves for us, really, to fight against. And I basically played my cards right, so that the only chance we had was Haxorus with the Focus Sash was our last Mon. So he would have to have pretty much outsped, survived Ice Beam, which he would have guaranteed, and then killed. As it turned out, and you can go back and watch it if you'd like on the VOD, up to you. Haxorus gets hit by Ice Beam. So he outspeeds and hits a Dragon Claw for about 2/3 of Altaria's HP, so you think it's guaranteed we win now. Altaria hits him with Ice Beam, which he survives on, I think, 23 HP. So he doesn't even need the sash, he just lived the hit directly. And then Haxorus gets frozen on a 10% chance to freeze from Ice Beam. He doesn't thaw out the next turn after being, of course, outspeeding. And we lose. So the difference between the flawless and the loss was 1 freeze. That freeze was the reason we lost. Because otherwise, so far today, we're still going absolutely flawlessly quite easily as well. So the 1 freeze lost us the fight and subsequently lost us the run. At least the flawless part of it anyway. And then we did it the second time and we figured out that Cyclizar could also body 1 hit from Ice Beam. So we did it even more comfortably on the second attempt. And it was basically just way easier. I feel like we're going to end up running over time today. We also today, I think, may well do the roles for the Hall of Fame teams. So we might find out the fate of the Hall of Fame teams today as well, which could be kind of exciting. We'll also check the Dratini pond here just because we can. We're here, so we might as well. We did find a shiny here once before. 1 in 4,096 odds. But it despawned. So we didn't have a chance to grab it, but we did find a shiny here once. Very sad. The shiny is pink, so it doesn't look like there's a pink one here, does it? I don't remember exactly where he was. I want to say it was like around here, maybe. In between these two bits of land. But yeah, it's obviously completely random odds, so. Yeah, we got cursed, the Hax gods. I suppose I was disappointed at it, but at the same time, we've had our fair share of times. I remember, if anyone was here for it, Mono Rock, if you were here for this one, you will probably remember that the only counter we had to the dragons really towards the end of that one was Tyranitar. And Tyranitar had Ice Fang. And I remember he was gonna get two-shotted by Baxcalibur if it wasn't for an almightily lucky freeze, which he got with Ice Fang on the final turn. So I suppose, although we got unlucky, we can't really complain because we've probably had our fair share of luck for things like that have saved us throughout the game already in the other runs. So, like, we can be sad about it because there's no flawless, but at the same time, it's like we also got our fair share of luck in other places, I think, But it is what it is, I guess, at the end of the day. And there you go. So I've answered your question, Nitty, so you can sleep happy now. You have a good one, my dude. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out. As always, I appreciate you so much. Being a legend of the community. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of the night, yeah? Take it easy, man. And we will see you on Sunday. If anyone doesn't know, Thursday is my last, like, midweek stream. And then I take a break for Friday, Saturday, and then come back on Sunday. So I do 4 streams a week. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Sunday are the 4 days that I stream on. So I have a couple of days to do stuff for myself, obviously, as well. So, yeah. I'll be gone until Sunday from after today. But we've still got, like, 2 hours and a bit left of stream today anyway. So I'm not ending yet, but just in case. Because I know there's a couple of new folks around, so. Yeah, I always stream for about 5 hours unless something goes catastrophically wrong. And I will pretty much always stream 4 times a week unless there's something that comes up that means I can't or whatever, you know. But I'm pretty consistent when it comes to that type of stuff. I've been doing, I don't know, I've probably only missed a handful of streams, really. Like, maybe less than 10 in the last 2 or 3 years. So I'm fairly consistent when it comes to picking up the streams. Keep spamming, of course. All we can do is keep spamming. Spamming away forever. That's pretty much what you come to notice is this like midpoint of the game after a while is just spamming buttons. This fight here against Eri as well, which is a member of Team Star. She's the fighting type team. So all of her Pokemon are kind of a monotype in itself. She has fighting types. It doesn't match up that well against Dragon, admittedly, because we have a lot of Dragon and flying types. So like mixed type Pokemon. And so because of that, we end up having basically a bit of an advantage because we have a number of Pokemon that are kind of, you know, almost like purpose built to kind of break her team a little. And then she has one Pokemon which is a bit of a curveball because fighting type is a physical typing normally. You use physical moves because there is a physical and special designation with every move that you use, depending on if it's kind of like a beam or like a physical hitting move. Like Dragon Claw is physical, and then Dragon Pulse, which is like a beam, is a special move, right? So when it comes to that, fighting types are pretty much exclusively physical attackers because they all involve punches and kicks and stuff. However, she has one on our team, Lucario, who does have a completely special attacking set of moves. So it's a bit of a curveball if you're not ready for it, and that's the specific reason why we bought Goodra for this fight, because Goodra is, as we found out against that Espathra earlier on, an absolute tank. And we probably underestimated Goodra's tanking potential before when we used this in previous fights, so. So, we'll see how it goes. This could be very good, though. I want a clean fight here against Eri. That's all I really want. Just a clean fight. Beat her nice and easily. Nothing too crazy. We have to go through this first little section, which is just a kind of gauntlet thing. You have to auto-battle people, so you can just throw your Pokemon out and they'll auto-fight people. You have to do it 30 times. And then you get to challenge the boss, so it's not really that interesting or that difficult either, because it's just a bit of a breeze, really. And once we've done this, we get into the next of the 4 main fights, which we basically have an hour for at that point, which I don't think it will take that long. This should all be quite quick, actually, I think. with the way that those teams are set up against us, I think we have a really strong team, right? Because Dragon type is kind of... The way that Dragon is normally designed, they're usually a type you don't get until the end of the games. So they're usually one of the strongest types you'll find around. There's some exceptions to that. But Dragon tends to be like the big, strong... They're like the high... Think of them in like War Thunder terms or something like that. They're like the high tier stuff. It's where things start to get a bit more punchy and a bit more powerful, you know? We're not in the Churchill 1 anymore with its miserable 2-pounder gun. You know, we got a 101 at the the Centurions 105 right now is what we've got on. We haven't got the old 2-pounder anymore, or the Conqueror's 120 or whatever. We're packing the big boys now. Not sure, but Goodra might have been Ash's best Pokemon. It was a beast. I don't think I ever watched that when Ash was in Kalos, to be honest. So I don't know. What's the Pokemon show is always a bit kind of funny, isn't it? Because it has like its own logic for like how battles and stuff go out. Where you'll find it where like the most outlandish fight will happen where a like baby starter will defeat like a third stage dragon. So it's always kind of a bit wonky, but Goodra is actually a good Pokemon though. It is quite slept on, I think. People, I think, look at it as a weak pseudo. Because it's just, it doesn't stand out. A pseudo legendary as well, again, for anyone who doesn't know, is a Pokemon. There's usually one in every game minus a legendary, which is like the box Pokemon, which has 600 stat points or higher. Everything else is a level below that, right? But the pseudo will have 600. Or not all higher. It'll have 600 on the dot, right? It has 600 stat points distributed amongst its various stats. So there's usually one in every game. Dragonite is one who we have on the team. The one in Generation 2 is Tyranitar, who we don't have because he's a Rock Dark type. Salamence was the one in Generation 3, so we have Salamence. Gen 4, Garchomp, we have. Gen 5, Hydreigon, we don't have yet, but we can have now if we level him up. Gen 6 is Goodra. Gen 7 was a Pokemon called Komodo, who we don't have in the game. Generation 8 was Dragapult, who we have, and Generation 9 is Baxcalibur, who's the Godzilla-looking geezer we have. So we have basically all of the pseudo-legendaries on our team, hence why they're so much stronger than pretty much everybody else. Because they have godly stats in comparison to just about everyone else. Garchomp with a one-shot bulldoze there, straight onto the Toxicroak. That's a good way to open it up. I thought we were going to get Sucker Punched, so that's a great way to start out. Annihilate coming in. I believe he has Ice Punch. So, will he outspeed is the question. Garchomp's pretty nippy, so I don't know. No, he doesn't. Chances are he kills us with an Ice Punch, though. No, he doesn't. Wow. Yeah, Annihilate fell off. What is this? I'm very surprised that Garchomp lived that with as much HP as he did. Very surprised. Wow. We'll take that. Lucario coming in next. Part Steel. Well... Again, this is another one where the speed is kind of interesting. I don't know if Lucario is faster than us or not. We are actually over-leveled for fighting them, of course. To be fair with this one, usually I don't fight them until I'm about level 60. But this one we're kind of slightly higher level because I actually forgot to fight her. It's because it messed me up because we had to do the fairy type one earlier, and usually I'd have already done that by now. So I was thinking we'd already finished it. So it kind of messed me up, but yeah, this one we're slightly over-leveled for just because we normally would have done it by now. We die here. Yeah, Garchomp finally goes down. But it's a 2v5 now, so let's be honest. It would be difficult for us to mess this up, probably. Don't want to say it's impossible, but it would be difficult for us to really throw this one away. Because it's looking quite good for us right now. So let's go in for... let's go Outrage. Let's lock ourselves into the power move. Why not? What's the worst that can happen? There goes Persimmon, another fighting type. The monkey's gone, or the lemur, actually. Not a monkey, of course. And now the car there that you can see, Reveroom, is going to be in play. So this is the boss Pokemon, basically, Reveroom. So is that vehicle some sort of Pokemon? It is. The engine is anyway. So the engine in the front is the Pokemon, as you can see. The car isn't, but the engine specifically at the front is. In this situation, they're used as little, like, boss Pokemon, basically. And there's a bunch of them in the game. Yeah, okay, Dragonite's got this. I think Dragonite might be about to win this, you know. Something gives me the feeling that Dragonite is strong enough to win this fight against Reveroom here. Don't know what is making me think that, but you know, I just get the feeling that you know, he might be strong enough to win. But yeah, that one is a Pokemon. It's called Reveroom. So he's like a car engine. You can get it outside of the car as well. You can go and catch one out in the wild, which is quite cool. He's not the best thing in the world. He's okay, Reveroom. He's not really that impressive, though. There you go. He's dead now. Well, he's not dead. He's incapacitated, I suppose. But we beat Eri. There you go. There's Eri down. Nice and easily. The fighting type member of Team Star goes down, which is very good for us because one step closer to the end of the game. You know, we've taken another step now. This is very good. Yeah, that was actually pretty big. Now we just skip through this. This is like a flashback to these people. These are all the members of Team Star, all 5 of them. They're not actually evil, though. They're just misunderstood, basically. There you go. That was quick, fast, and in a hurry, really. We beat her in like 8 minutes, so that was really good. I know the break's just started, but I'll just skip through the rest of this while we're on the cutscene anyway, because, like, we aren't doing anything. So there's no point switching and wasting time having to do the cutscene when we get back, is there? We may as well just keep clicking while we wait for this for a second. Still going. This is a long old cutscene, let me tell you. Okay, we're done now, I think. Are we actually done? No, we're still not done with the cutscene. Why is this taking so long? I've been spamming the A button for the last 2 minutes. I think the next person we'll deal with is Arven, probably. I think he'll be the best one to go for. Sadly, I don't think Appleton is going to be making that much more of an appearance this run now when I think about it. Because unfortunately for Appleton, we probably aren't going to need it that much anymore. Which makes me a bit sad, but it is what it is. Oh, lag. Uh-oh, now we're good. Stream froze momentarily there again as well. So actually, I was going to say it's become a lot more stable than it was earlier. So at least the stability on the internet's come back. I think the break's over now as well. Or is about as good as over. So welcome back from the break, everybody, if you were caught in it. We've literally just finished the cutscene. So yeah, you didn't miss anything. We just spammed A for the last 2 minutes waiting for that to finish. And now we have to go to here. Actually, we want to go here first so we can heal, but then we'll get into it. We're gonna kind of speed up through this bit. We've got 4 fights we need to win within the next hour. Because usually the final section of the game where we go and do the final battle and stuff takes about an hour. So when we finish those 4 fights, we'll need to be at about the 4-hour mark or lower on the stream clock. And then we can go. But it's just because there's a number of like bits in there that slow it down. So we'll get into it though and we'll get going and then we can... I definitely think we can finish today in this run. Whether or not we'll do the Hall of Fame teams today, maybe I'll just do that off stream and I'll just upload a picture of it or something. We'll figure it out. Kind of depends. If it's going to drag on, then it's probably not worth doing, but... Yeah, this is the long finish of the final run. This is the 18th time we've played through the game. One for every type in the game, using only one type at a time. So we've been doing this since September last year. I believe September 6th was the first ever monotype stream. With flying, which is where we started, the flying type. We used a random wheel to spin each time so we could determine what we had. So there was no like bias in terms of picking types. So it's been, yeah, it's about 3 weeks or so off of 1 whole year since we started. So it's been a stalwart of the streams for the last year. Originally, we used to do it 1 stream a week, and then we moved it from 1 stream a week to 2 in Thursdays and Sundays, because it was going to take a very long time, so we thought we might as well do it. And, yeah, here we are a year later, practically, staring down the barrel of the end of the series, which is kind of wild. And, yeah, I don't really know. It's really odd. I don't really know what to think about it, you know? Kind of weird. It's a little sad, in a way, to know that we've been doing this for that long and it's about to end, you know? Because it's been such a staple for so long. It feels a little sad to kind of be saying goodbye to it at the end of today. Or at least in the way that it currently is. Fan on as well, it's getting a little best speed. Okay. Make it a little cooler in here. Nice. That was the professor as well, who we will be battling later on. I won't spoil the twist if you don't know, but lacking context of the rest of the story means it's not that good anyway. She's a vampire. She isn't a vampire, don't worry. There is something else about her, though, that is a bit of a twist. She isn't a vampire, though. She is something, not a vampire. The gist of it is she's a professor, so she's researching Pokemon, basically. And she went off on a expedition into an area called Area Zero, which is in a giant crater, years ago. And Arven, basically, who's the guy here we're with here, that's her, well, that's his mother. And he hasn't seen her for years, basically, since she effectively abandoned him as a child. So this is like the first few times that he's actually talked to her since, through these screen recordings and things. So yeah. Eventually, when we finished everything else, we will travel into Area Zero and go and try and find her as part of the story, and then stuff happens. What's with the fangs? I think it's just character design, to be honest. Just sharp teeth. I don't think it's intentional, though, no. I think it's just the way it is. She's not a vampire, though, don't worry. She's something else. Not like another type of creature or anything, but you'll see when we get there, basically. In terms of Pokemon storytelling, this is actually kind of one of the more interesting ones, as a lot of them go. But yeah, Arven now basically has decided that he wants to battle us. Because we've said that we're probably going to help him go and try and find his Professor Mother down in Area 0. And he wants to try and battle us now that his partner there, Mabostiff, his little puppy that he's got, is now up to full strength. So he wants to take us on. The only unfortunate thing for Arven is there's 6 dragons standing between him and beating us. And quite frankly, it would be quite difficult for us to lose, I think. So, yeah. He's not in the best spot possible, really, for this. But, you know, he'll give it a go, I'm sure. Out of the fights we're about to do here, towards the end game, Arven is probably the weakest. I don't think he's ever... I think maybe I want to say in all of the 18 monotypes we've done now, he's maybe beaten us twice. And I think some of that was early on. Later on in the game, I think maybe he's only beaten us once in the second half. And that was kind of like a bit of a... We got unlucky RNG and things. Because you can't really account for that, can you? You know, you can do all you can, but RNG sometimes will just say no, and there's not a huge amount you can do to change that. Okay, we've been put to sleep. A bit annoying. Being slept is annoying. So we have a chance to wake up now. We're lucky. We might get a turn 1 wake up. We don't, so we're going to take damage. I think the max we can sleep for is 3 turns in a row. Okay, so we're not going to live 2 more turns of Power Whip. Garchomp's asleep for turn 2. Oh, this is going to be close. Garchomp, don't do this to me, buddy. Wake up. No! Really? We got a 3-turn sleep. Okay, nice. RNG, everybody. As I was just mentioning it. RNG on full display right there. Get back... Oh, we don't have Baxcalibur on us. Oh, fuck. Ooh. Dragapult? I don't really know who the good option is here. EP boy. He was EP there, wasn't he? Let's go D-Darts. We'll be fine with D-Darts, I think. There we go. Dragon Darts. Yeah, it was an EP Garchomp there. An EP lad. Scovillain. I do like Scovillain. He's a bell pepper with 2 heads. Look at him. He's a cool little guy. We actually used him in the last run we did because we did Monotype Fire just before. He's a grass fire type. Old Scovillain. And his name's kind of funny, of course, because Scoville and he's a pepper. It's kind of a... It was a well-designed pun name from Pokemon. I'll give him that, right? Fair play to him. They actually came up with a good name for him. Yeah, Dragapult here as well fires his children at them as well via the form of the baby Dreepies that he evolved from. So if it flips the camera at him, you can see they're loaded basically into the missile launch slots on his head. There they are. And he's firing the baby dragons at them when he uses his Dragon Darts move. That wasn't a lot of damage, actually. Damn. I thought we would have done more to Garganical there. Huh. Well, this is why we have... Oh, no, we moved our water move off Goodra. Fuck. Oh. Ooh. Yeah, no, I think Goodra's the best choice here. Yeah, this is annoying. If we'd kept our water move on Goodra now, we would have had a big advantage over Garganical here. Stealth Rock. That's annoying, but it's okay if Goodra survives till the end. What's next after the last run? Well, at least in the very short time being, we have the idea of the Hall of Fame that we were going to do, where the Pokemon that made it into the last 6 of every type, we were going to do like one final kind of send-off for them by combining them into one team instead of doing the individual typings. So we basically took the best of the best from each type and did one last playthrough with them. And then after that, there was a couple of interesting like other challenge runs we were planning on trying. One was using only Tauros in all of its forms, so we would have 4 Pokemon. Paldea Tauros, obviously Kanto Tauros, and then the Fire and Water Tauros, because they count as different, like, forms. So yeah, we had a couple of options of things we were going to try, and see how that went. and go from there, really. So long term, I don't really know. At least on the short term, we've got a couple of things that will keep us busy for a while. I'm hoping that'll keep us busy until maybe the end of the year, and then we can see into 2025 what we'll do from there. So I sort of have at least Thursday and Sunday streams planned out for a bit. Maybe a couple of months, I don't know. It kind of depends how fast we get through everything. He outspeeds. Whoa, okay, that's not good. Critical hit, though. That explains why. Goodra did not live with friendship, though, which is interesting. And gets a good hit with Dragon Pulse, so we know we die. Unless he misses, which he doesn't. So Goodra goes down, so we are going to get hit by Stealth Rock now. Using your children as weapons? Now I have seen it all. Yeah, right? Using his baby forms as a weapon. Oh, Haxorus is in trouble now. This is all going to come down to speed now. Goodra is kind of slow, admittedly, I think, if we look. 125. Dragonite is slower. Haxorus is way... Haxorus and Oh, no. Oh, no. This isn't so good, actually. Oh. This is a problem. Please miss. No. Oh, Dragonite tanked that quite well. Okay, Outrage might kill here. Yeah, okay, we're good. Never worried. Calculated. Never worried. GG easy. Calculated risk. I was never worried, chat. You shouldn't have been either. Alright. Never worried. The Dragonite's turned into a bit of a monster in this run. It's kind of wild. Welcome in, I don't know. How you doing? Just like in a divorce. Some people choose to do that, I suppose. It's sad that some people end up, you know, doing that. I suppose some people go to extreme lengths in situations like that, don't they? Which is kind of sad. How are you, though? I don't know. How's it going, dude? How have you been? Hope you're having a good day today. Drawing as per usual. What are we drawing today? I mean, which Pokemon are we drawing today anyway, of course? Pretty great. That's what we love to see, though. Oh, nice. We got healed for free there. Do we have a Chesto Berry? We do. Oh. Yes. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Yeah. Okay, we've got a setup here going already. This is the team we're going to use for this next bit. So we're going to use Haxorus up front here. We need to go and beat the director of the school, Mr. Clavel. Who may look strangely familiar to some of you if you've been paying attention to some of the characters we've been talking to. Especially people with rather large hair. Turning Skarmory into a Kiwi, and a serrated blade like a pitcher plant. Interesting, I like that. That's an interesting idea. Kiwi Skarmory. Don't know why that's so hard for me to say. Look, it's our mate Clive, who was talking to us earlier with his giant hair. Why is he here? Oh my god, it turns out Clive was actually the director of the school the whole time, but we had no idea, right? Because he doesn't look almost exactly the same, minus the hair. And different coloured glasses. I do like the way that in like the text it kind of plays into it, where you're like, no way, didn't know, my guy. Had no idea it was you. Time to grab a cup of tea and create some chaos? Indeed. That's what we do best. Is this where I find out I'm going to get deported from the country later because I drank coffee instead of tea when I was on my break earlier? I went and made a coffee when I was on my first break of the day. Text is inclined to make Gramps happy. This is true. We've got a Chesto Berry on here because we expect that what's going to happen is Oranguru here is going to go for Yawn. So we're going to go for Dragon Dance. Yawn will put us to sleep next turn. So it gives us a free Dragon Dance. Maybe even two if we're feeling spicy. Where I'm hoping that's what he goes for now. Okay, he does. We're going to go for a second one. We would fall asleep at the end of next turn, so he's going to hit us once with something. We're going to get double Dragon Dance, and we're probably going to sweep the entire fight from here. Like, that's just kind of it. Haxorus is probably too strong to not kill everything here. I'd be surprised if we don't. Okay. Foul Play actually did more damage because we just boosted ourselves. So now we're kind of in that dangerous spot where if we don't outspeed, we are in trouble. But we should. So, Crunch from Haxorus. Easy one-shot. Orangaroo goes down. It's a 1-for-1 trade no matter what anyway, which is always a good start. So, I think... Who's next? Oh, yeah, Abomasnow. Well, Ice doesn't resist Dragon, does it? So I think we could go for Dragon Claw with Stab. Let's go for it. He has Ice Shard. Of course he does. So as it turns out, the Foul Play actually was a big issue. Because we got killed by the Ice Shard from Abomasnow. So it turned out to be a much bigger problem than it actually could have been there. I think Salamence is the best option now then. Yeah, that turned out to be kind of annoying. I hate shit like that though, where you get caught by the priority move after you think you've got a strategy down. It happens all the time. Glasses is an impenetrable disguise. Apparently. At least he thought it was. There goes Abomasnow. The abominable snowman. There he goes. Nice and clean. Gyarados coming in now. Goodra's our best option to deal with Gyarados. So probably what I'll end up doing is using Salamence as a sacrifice here, basically, in order to bring in Goodra in a minute. So we'll probably go for Dragon Claw, just try and put some damage on, basically. And do as much as we can to Gyarados. He's missed Stone Edge, which is really nice. We'll go for another Dragon Claw. Another stab move. Same type attack bonus is what I refer to when I use the word stab. Basically means if you use a move of the same type as yourself, it deals more damage. So Salamence being a dragon flying type, meaning if he uses a flying or a dragon move, he basically deals more damage with it. So that's what stab is. It's just like an acronym for it. Ulti Ice coming out is a ghost type, so we don't need to worry about that because we do have a dark type move in Crunch. However, it is quite fast and it has a thing called weak armor, so it'll boost its speed now. It'll probably Will-O-Wisp me if I had to guess. Yep, it almost always does. Not really much of a problem because, of course, we are expecting Salamence to die really soon anyway. We were going to use him to bring out Goodra, so Salamence beating Gyarados was kind of a surprise. Just because of the way things went, so it's fine like that. Shadow Ball will probably kill us. Unless Friendship gets in the way. No, the friends we made along the way didn't get in the way this time. Unfortunately. Stab, same type attack bonus, or the violent act of Knife Cuddles. Could call it that. I'm going to risk Dragapult outspeeding. I reckon we can. Come on. Surely. We do. Yeah, we still outsped. So he has less than 200 speed, even with a double boost to speed, which is kind of funny. Well, there goes Dragapult with a free kill. Amoonguss coming in. This thing is poison and grass. It's a mushroom. Otherwise sometimes referred to as a Mogus. The imposter sus Pokemon. Amoonguss is really annoying. It's kind of a support mon. In this case, he doesn't really use it like one. He's going to put us to sleep. We'll roll the dice on Dragapult here and see if he wakes up. We do have Pokemon to deal with Amoonguss, though, so... Nope. Sleepy. Are we going to be an EP boy again? That's the question. Hex. We're going to take a lot of damage now. That's super... Oh, okay. We need to wake up next turn. Dragapult, come on. There we go. Dragapult wakes up on one turn. Double Dragon Darts. Takes down Amoonguss. We already know it's coming. That's what we love to see. The felling of Amoonguss. Skeledirge coming in as well. He's fire type. Fire ghost, but he's going to use Terastallization. So when the crystal... He has his little crystal hat that'll appear in a minute. He will remove his ghost typing, basically, and become pure fire. Which means he is no longer weak to some of our ghost moves. However, he will become weak to whatever else. And his fire moves aren't really that good against us because we are dragon, and dragon resists fire. So, this is why, you know, when I always say about, like, the Monotype challenge being like a strategical thing. It really is kind of like a knowledge test as well about knowing your type matchups and stuff. We also need to get Hydreigon as well. I just realized we haven't got him in the team yet. But with this, it's like knowing about what's good and what isn't good. So knowing here that we pretty much guarantee win this because Skeledirge just can't do anything to us. He has Shadow Ball, but against everybody else, he doesn't have any strong moves. So he can kill Dragapult, but like Garchomp is pretty much a shoo-in for a free win against him. And we can knock his speed down every turn with the use of Bulldoze. Goodra as well will be more than capable of eating the things from this Skeledirge. So this is as good as over. I mean, we could use Rock Tomb as well, but we'll hit Bulldoze as it gets same type attack bonus. And there you go. It's a 2-shot kill from... Basically would have been from full health from Bulldoze there. This will do a bit, but it won't kill us. There you go. 70 damage-ish. Minus special defense, so we would have taken more damage the next turn, but it doesn't matter, because Garchomp is not going to let that happen. And the pseudo-legendary wave, the pseudo-tsunami is coming through again. That's a good name for it, isn't it? The inevitable wave of the pseudo-legendary tsunami that's flying in right now and crushing everyone in front of them. Takes another free win. Next up is Cassiopeia as well. So we don't directly have a counter for that. Like, because the Umbreon... there's Sylveon as well. That's a whole, like, annoying fight in general. Huh. I guess we just kind of go in and just try and overpower them. There ain't anything else we can do, so I think that's what we'll do. We'll just try and use as much power as possible. I might bring Hydreigon back for this one as well, because we haven't used it yet. I might evolve it and then see if I can bring him into the team. I think Hydreigon could be good here. You'll see Hydreigon in a minute when I actually get him in. Hydreigon's really, really interesting though. He's a special attacker for the most part, so he'll be one of the unique options for our team in that he will be a special attacker. Most of our Pokemon here will be physical. He evolves from Zvilus here, but I don't know if we have enough rare candies. So we'll just quickly evolve him. He evolves at level 64, unfortunately, so it takes him a while to get there, but do that. He's at 61. Ooh, okay, I don't think we're going to have enough. Oh, we're so close. No, we don't actually have enough XP. Shit. That's really annoying. Well, actually, you know what? I guess we're going to do it without Hydreigon then. We're going to finish the run without Hydreigon. He's moving out of the way. Dragapult's not that useful here, but Appleton's kind of good here, actually. I kind of want to bring... I'm going to switch Dragapult out for Appleton, I think. We'll bring the apple back. And I think I'm going to run Haxorus up front. That sounds like a good idea. Let's do that. Let's go do the next fight, shall we? Let's try and brute force it with Haxorus. Mine is Ground Terror because Earth Power, and I like being silly. What, Skeledirge, you mean? I mean, that's a good option, I would say, though, for a Skeledirge, being Ground Terror. There's a number of options, though, that works for it. Oh, Hydreigon. I mean, that's a good idea, though. It's a good, like, there's a lot of good options, though, for Terras, really. Steel Hydreigon works well, as well. Another nice type. Because of the, obviously, the block it gets on fairy types, one-shotting it at that point. So, yeah. Wind it up again, shall we, and get ready for another bruising win here. Cassiopeia / Penny here. About to lose. The pseudo tsunami again, as we're calling them. About to come sweeping in. And wash him out to sea. Welcome in, Mystic. How's it going? How are you? We're powering on through our Dragon Mono run right now. We're actually making a good chunk of progress. We have about half an hour to win this fight and beat Nemona, our rival. And then we're on the home stretch of the game, which is going to be really cool. We're doing good. Except I came up with the flu. I'm good. How about you? Another one. I was saying this earlier. I don't know what it is. This is really odd, though. So many people that I've spoken to in the last, let's say, 2 weeks on stream up to today have been getting sick recently. I don't know why. It's really weird. So many people who have been in stream are all getting sick or have been getting sick. It's really weird. I don't know what's happening. Maybe it's my stream. I'm spreading sickness to people, you know? We're infecting people with sickness from the stream. Try it. Okay, it's knocking my attack down anyway. This is going to be a boring fight then if they're just going to use debuff moves on us constantly. But I'm glad that you're doing alright other than that, though, and I hope you feel better soon. Because obviously flu-y type stuff is never very nice, so I hope you do feel better soon. It's nice to see you. And I'm doing pretty alright, you know? I'm doing okay. Wouldn't say I'm doing amazing, but I'm doing pretty good. Nothing to really complain about too much, you know? I also gotta say, I do love the music in this one. Let me turn that up. I do love the music in this particular fight. It's probably gonna go baby doll eyes on me again. No. This is the only problem with this series of fights, is they use all the EVs, right? All of them have the move baby doll eyes, which knocks our attack down. And it's priority as well, meaning it always moves first. So we basically have all of our dragons that are pretty much all physical attackers have the option to get their attack knocked down really early in the fight for free, like every turn. So we'll go for a double boost there on Haxorus and then hope we can... we're effectively at +1 now because we put ourselves up to... Actually, no. If they use Baby Doll Eyes next turn, we'll still be at +1. So we're up above neutral again now, which is good. Nice. They haven't used Baby Doll Eyes, so we get the kill on Umbreon. That's a good start. We're above neutral. Cruising for a bruising, though. I like that expression. That being said, though, we'll have to put that cruising for a bruising on hold while we wait for the break real quick. So we're going to do that. Because, of course, we don't want anyone to miss anything. So we're just going to chill here for just a second, and we're going to wait for the break to go through so nobody misses any of stream. Because it's fair, of course, to do that. So we will be cracking on again in just a second, okay? We'll just chill here for a bit while we wait for this to go through. So make sure that now is the best chance to do it. Go out, have a stretch, have a drink, do all that stuff you need to do. Get up, bathroom break, whatever. Anything you need to do, get up and do it now. It's the best chance you're going to get to do it for a while. Noxcat and the cat ears redeem. They will. They actually aren't a bit, like, they don't appear on this screen, but they'll come back when they'll come back basically when the screen switches back. So they'll be back up in a minute. Don't you worry. I think the break has just ended. We should be good to go again, alright? So let's keep cracking on, shall we? There we go. Break done. Let's continue. Let us continue onwards. Baby doll eyes, there you go. That's why we gave ourselves the extra Dragon Dance boost for doing that. Back from Ad Purgatory. I appreciate you sitting through and supporting via watching the ads. Because, you know, it's the unfortunate situation that if there were no ads, there would be no stream. So I appreciate you guys sitting through them and helping to support, you know. Goes a long way. Yeah, we're only at +1 attack right now, and we might end up just getting hit immediately again by Leafeon here with another Baby Doll Eyes, so... No, we don't. That's good. Okay, Haxorus finally goes down. That's fine, though. Haxorus finally succumbs to his wounds. We can bring in our boy, Dragonite. What I don't money sub to nearly criminal is that Twitch takes so much revenue away from you per ad. So, the way that that works is it depends how much you run, right? This is one of those things that people always say about, where streamers always say that Twitch pays no money for ads, which to some degree they don't. They don't pay a huge amount, no. But you can somewhat influence the amount of money that you get from ads via what you run. So if you run less than 3 minutes of ads per hour, Twitch will pay you 30% of the revenue from the ads in general. If you run more than 3 minutes per hour, you get 55%, which is significantly better. It kind of depends on your split of how many people who watch you actively are subscribed versus not subscribed on how much you'll make. For a while, I had it on this stream where we were making more from ad revenue a month than we were from subs. It kind of fluctuates. So sometimes you do better on the ads or you do better on the subs. In general, though, I think it's not as bad as some people say when it comes to the amount you make from ads. Because they do give you a better percentage than they used to by quite a long way. I still think they should probably be slightly better. But, you know, at the end of the day, it does go towards supporting the stream. And anything's better than nothing, I guess. So I suppose that's just the way I look at it. But yeah, it used to be that you would get less than that pretty much guaranteed, but as I say, with the 3 minutes thing, and this is where my sneaky way of doing it works out, because as you may have noticed that we have a break every 30 minutes, correct? So the reason that we do that every 30 minutes for what would be a 2-minute ad break is basically because it puts us above the like bigger threshold for the higher amount or for the whole stream practically. And by doing that, it also removes the pre-roll ads from the entire stream rather than just small sections. I think for every, it's something like it adds about an hour for every, well, close to an hour for every 2 minutes of ads. So by doing, or 30 minutes for 2 minutes of ads, something like that. So basically by running what we do, we permanently cover the entire stream other than the first 3 minutes from having pre-rolls on them. So a pre-roll, if anyone doesn't know, is just a term used for an ad that someone new coming into stream or someone who isn't subscribed will immediately get upon joining the stream, as I'm sure you've all had before. So if you join the stream now, you wouldn't get a pre-roll ad because we have them basically switched off via running the other ads. The only way to get rid of them is to run ads yourself. If you don't run ads yourself, Twitch will just run pre-rolls anyway. And it's annoying to jump into someone's stream and immediately get hit with an ad before even watching the person and figuring out if it's someone you want to watch. So it, you know, it kind of changes the like perspective on it, you know. Getting a lot of Spanish ones. I don't speak Spanish. I've had that as well. I had one that I think was in Polish recently that came up, which I thought was kind of bizarre. Whoa, that's a lot of damage. Okay. I think pretty much, I mean, the way it'll work is it'll be whoever's paying for ads right now, won't it, I think? Okay. The long story short, TLDR is, I appreciate you all very much for supporting the stream. Whether that be via suffering through and watching the ads, which I appreciate very much, or if you are one of the ones who chooses to subscribe or uses a Prime or whatever it is, Turbo, whatever it is to get around the ads, you know, I appreciate it very much. And no one ever has to do any of those things, but you guys choose to, and I appreciate it very much, you know. And as I say, my thing is always that the best way to do it is Prime. If you have a Prime, is to get around them, because of course it's effectively a free sub. But yeah, it is what it is at the end of the day, isn't it? You know, if you don't mind watching the ads, then there you go. It all goes towards supporting the channel, and all of the stuff made pretty much goes back into the channel when it comes to the ad rev. So yeah. I appreciate very much that you guys sit through the boring old ads to help little old me out. I really do. Anytime, least I can do. Hey, you guys don't have to do anything like that if you didn't want to, you know? So, the fact you do is pretty cool. I've said it a few times recently, and I always stand by it when I say that the most valuable thing that anyone can give me is time anyway, which is what you guys do by coming in and watching. So, the fact that you go above and beyond to do one of those other things, like I say, the subscribe or watching the ads to help support in that way as well, obviously, you know, it goes a long way and keeps the stream running, really. So, I appreciate it very much. I'm very grateful for you guys being as understanding as you are as well, you know? It's like, as annoying as it is, it's one of those things where, like, the last thing anyone really wants is to see, like, ads, like, every 2 seconds, you know? Because it's just kind of the way it is. It gets a little, like, exhausting after a while, where, like, you know, you'll see it in various places where it's just a bunch of people complaining about it, and it's like, you know, you kind of can't escape them. You can't escape ads on Twitch anymore. That's just the way it is. They'll either force them on your channel, like, automatically, where you have no control over them, or you can have some level of control over them and at least do it the way that you want, rather than Twitch just forcing them. So, it's kind of a myth these days that you can actually have no ads at all. But the way I view it is, if I'm going to run ads, I'd rather have control over it myself, and I'd rather make the time worthwhile via supporting the stream in the background by having it, and also giving us an opportunity to have a drink and a stretch and do all that stuff if we need it, you know? So we have regular self-care breaks when we do the ads. And also, you know, as I say, it goes towards supporting stream as well, so. Because that's the unfortunate way of the things are. Emotes and transition screens and PNGs and special stuff for special streams obviously doesn't pay for itself. So, you know, things like that go towards it. And it's a massive help towards being able to actually do those things. As we were talking about earlier on with one of the particular special streams that we did last year at about Christmas time. Where it pretty much all came from a sponsor that we ran that helped support the stream and, you know, stream revenue that was generated. So, did you know you could control the ad? Didn't know you could control the ads? Yeah. Like, it isn't one of those things where in saying this, I'm not, like, throwing other streamers under the bus, but anyone who says, oh, like, it's Twitch who runs the ads, it depends. Like, pretty much what they'll do is Twitch will run, like, the minimum unless you switch it off. But they'll kind of have this weird automatic thing where it, like, adjusts it depending on what they think you should run. So, pretty much at this point, anyone out there might as well just adjust it however they want, even if they put it down to the bare minimum. Because otherwise Twitch will just run them anyway, and you'd rather have control of it yourself than not have any, you know? Because to be honest, I don't trust them to run it anyway. I'd rather have it myself guaranteed and do, as I say, what I've wanted for it to remove the pre-rolls and stuff like that as well. So there's also a few things like that that people don't know about when it comes to stuff like that. One thing that people don't know about is that you can keep pre-rolls on even if you already run the ad breaks. So you can forcefully switch them on so that people will still get hit with them, even if you run the required 3 minutes per hour of ads to get rid of them. You can still keep them on if you wanted to. The other thing you can do that people don't know about, and everyone, there's almost always someone who tries to disagree with me when I say this, and all I tell them to do is, if you're an affiliate, go and look at the settings because it is there, and people try and swear blind every time that it doesn't exist. You can change it in your Twitch settings where even if people subscribe, they still get ads. You can make it so that subscriber benefits, you can switch off ad-free viewing. So you could really do that if you wanted to. Some people don't believe that that's a thing, but I promise you, if you're an affiliate, go into your monetization settings and go to the subscriber, like I think it's subscription settings, whatever it is. Under monetization, there is a setting there where you can toggle on stuff like sub-only VODs, things like that. And one of the options is ad-free viewing for subscribers. You can switch it off. Now, no one is actually going to do that, because otherwise, what's the point of subscribing? And you'd be evil if you did that, quite frankly, wouldn't you? If people paid for their subscriptions and you still made them watch the ads anyway. Well, I'm sure there's someone out there who does it, presumably. But otherwise it wouldn't be a thing, I suppose, if no one used it. But yeah, there's a lot of things like that. It's kind of dumb. 20 Shades of Fire, yeah. Twitch basically are like the masters at doing things that are kind of vaguely reprehensible, but they don't really shout about it, so no one knows about a lot of them. Twitch isn't a great company. They're not completely atrocious, but they do a lot of things sometimes where they think people won't notice, right? So, like, there was a thing recently about this that I saw on Twitter. There's a guy who I follow on there who does a lot of stream news. He has a funny name. Also, this door, I always point this out, it doesn't have a door handle. Alright? There's no door handle on that door. Look, it's really annoying. But there's a guy who, on Twitter who does a lot of stream and news stuff. His name is, like, I don't know what... His name's, like, Zach Bussey or Boosie or something like that. B-U-S-S-E-Y. I think. I don't know what the pronunciation of it is. It's obviously a funny word. But he basically does a lot of streaming news, and there was something that came out the other week where some of you guys might get this, where it pops up and says you can buy 5 gift subs at a discount, right? Which, taking out the consideration that the discount that Twitch offers you for the 5 gift subs, some of you might have it right now. I don't know if they're running the experiment, but if you do, click on the gift sub button right now. You don't have to buy them, but just see if it tells you can get the discount, because the discount will be paying for the original subs price that they offered 1 month ago before they raised the price. So the discount is just paying for the old subs price. But what they also didn't say is, and this was a thing that got found out afterwards that was a bit scummy from Twitch, they failed to mention the fact that the streamer versus Twitch's split would be based on the discounted price, not the original value of the subs like they normally do. So basically, the streamer also lost out on the extra revenue from the discount in the same way that Twitch would. Which isn't a problem in itself, because they're able to do that. But they deliberately didn't mention that they were doing that, and made it seem like you would still get the same amount you would from a normal, undiscounted 5 gift subs. So Twitch basically does a lot of kind of like dubious stuff like that every now and then, where they kind of conveniently forget to mention things like that, and it just pisses everyone off. Because for all the good things they do, which they don't do that many, but every once in a while they have a nice little thing they do something usually that completely fucks it up as well at the same time. So have to be affiliate to see it? I assume so, because it's under the monetization settings, so I think you have to be affiliate to see it, yeah. All that stuff opens up after you get affiliate on there. If anyone wants, I'll literally post a screenshot of it in Discord if you want. I'll show you the setting. If I can find it. But Once been affiliate for a rather short while. I burnt out at the time and stopped streaming. Didn't know this stuff. It's the type of stuff that people don't tell you, right? Like, you wouldn't know unless someone told you about it. Would you? But there's a lot of things that, like, Twitch does with stuff like that that's kind of a bit sneaky and underhanded. They don't tell you. I mean, that one is different because you can still just... It's an option to switch that on or off, the subs viewing thing. So, like, no one's actually going to do that because, let's be honest, if I did it right now, just for argument's sake, don't just say for the experiment's sake. If I went right now and I told you you can subscribe to the channel, you get the emotes, but you're still going to watch the ads, how many of you would likely unsubscribe? I suspect a few of you. If you already subscribe, of course, right? Like, if I said that and you had no other... one of your reasons was, well, I don't want to watch the ads. And I said, well, you're going to watch the ads anyway, even if you sub. You most likely would unsub. That's probably just the way it is, because the benefit of why you did it in the first place is probably gone, right? Didn't delve too deep into the settings. A lot of that stuff is kind of just hidden in there. It kind of amazes me, this is a thing. It amazes me how many people have been streaming for years and don't know about that type of thing. Because there's a lot of those settings that are very obvious in the Twitch settings that people just don't look at and they don't know exist. And it's amazing because you'll find people who've been streaming for longer than I have who don't know they exist. And I found it out, like... Because, I mean, I looked through all that stuff because I thought, well, I don't want Twitch to do any funky stuff on my channel, so I'm going to make sure that I look through all this and make sure they don't, like, you know, fuck it up. So I did all that early on and made sure that they weren't going to do any crazy shit. But yeah, a lot of people, I guess, don't read through the settings on their channels or anything. And some people probably, I'm glad they don't know they exist, because if you did know they exist, it'd be awful knowing that all that stuff's there. Someone would probably use it. They knew you could turn on subs viewing, ad-free viewing for subs. People would probably turn it off, yeah. Maybe like huge, bigger people who could afford to take a hit, maybe. A lot of smaller streamers wouldn't, because obviously a lot of them, if they're doing it for whatever reason, couldn't afford to take the hit to their viewership, probably. Because let's be honest, it ain't going to go down well with people, is it? If you tell them that they can pay and they're still going to watch the ads anyway. But that's what Amazon did with Prime, isn't it? Prime Video, they did that, didn't they? Where they changed it fairly recently, where you'd still get ads unless you paid for the, like, Prime Plus or whatever it was. If I really don't want to miss a sec, I subscribe. I sub to get rid of the ads and be a cheerleader on the sideline, support. Hey, I always say anyone's reason for subscribing at all, whatever it is always great, you know? Hey, at the end of the day, I will never tell anyone to do what they should do with their money. And I've always been very much in the camp of, if you really want to sub or whatever here, you're absolutely more than welcome to, but I never expect or, you know, suggest that anyone should. As I say earlier, I was talking about this earlier on when I was mentioned about the throne thing, right? Throne, the wish list that people use for their stuff. And I mentioned about if we were going to open more stuff on stream to when we do our hand cam unboxing stream in about a month's time. Like, if we were going to do extra stuff past the things I'd already talked about we were going to do, I probably wasn't going to pay for it because, you know, I can't afford to do that anymore. The amount of money that I have right now, I can't afford to pay for all the, like, extra stuff we were doing there. So I said, if anyone wants to, of course, you can get some. But, as I specifically mentioned, and I say this about gifting subs or whatever, not only should you always look after your own financials first before worrying about any of that stuff, but you should also, I always say, take the money that you might have done on 5 gift subs and spend it on, like, a, you know, family member or an SO or something. There's almost always someone that you could spend it on that I think would be a better use than me. So, that's what I always encourage. I'd always encourage that if people have nothing better to do with their money, then sure, give 5 subs or whatever. But if you've got something else to do with it, you should always do that first. That's my hot take for the day. Should we do a Goodra versus Goodra battle? That'd be fun, wouldn't it? The battle of the Goodras. We're also running slow here, I've just realized, because we're at 3 hours and 55 minutes and we haven't beaten this yet. So that's not good. Okay, our Goodra should take less damage here, especially after we hit a crit. That's insane. Let's go. Best, some of them don't know those settings exist. Yes. No, honestly, I think some people would slap them straight on. Some people would slap them straight on and they wouldn't think about it, you know? I mean, in the end of the day, I always think, do what you want to do with it. It's kind of like earlier, you know, it's your space, do what you want with it. If you really want to do it, do it. But, like, everybody knows that you'll negatively impact your own stream if you did that. So that's probably why people don't do it. You know? It's the same thing with running too many ads. Like, a lot of people shy away from running them at all and let the pre-rolls happen because they don't want to put them on during the stream in the first place. But at the same time, if you do that, you've got to be willing to take the opportunity of, or take the chance that most people on Twitch will not stay for a pre-roll ad. And if you look at it, it's people are more likely to accept an ad in the middle of the stream and sit through and watch it than they would be immediately as they enter before they know anything about you. And that's just the way it is, you know? And that's fair, you know? Guilty of that? There's nothing wrong with that, though. That's the thing. Because at the end of the day, it's like, even I've done that before. Because you look at it and you want to get to know someone, right? You go in and you're like, right, I want to see what this person's about and what their stuff is, right? And then you immediately get hit with an ad, and it's like, do I want to wait 30 seconds to go in and find out that this is someone I'm actually not that interested in after all? Like, after all. Now, what I would normally do in that situation is I'd probably just tab out and come back when the ads were done. But sometimes, like, that's a thing that, you know, is like a valid thing where you'll see it and you'll go, yeah, I just don't really want to wait. So I'll just go. Hormot is kind of scary here because he's faster than us. We need to keep Salamence alive here as well. There's actually a scary fight right now, you know. Second one is follower only chat. Follower only chat is an interesting one. Oh shit. I don't have a direct problem with follower-only chat in the sense that if someone uses it for its intended purpose, basically, then it's fine. Like, if you had something happen, say you were the target of harassment from someone in your stream, right? And then you made follower-only chat, so you couldn't get people coming in and being pieces of shit. Absolutely fine. You know, I'm never gonna... No one's ever gonna complain about that or question it. But sometimes I think it's... For me as a streamer, right... It puts me off in some situations because say I was going to raid someone, right? And if we raid them, follower only chat is on. So none of us can post the raid message unless we automatically follow or already follow the person. Which then makes, you know, the thing of people who then come in on stream with the raid. Do they want to follow just to post the raid message, not knowing anything about the person who might be raided? And just aside from that, it kind of cucks the raid because no one could spam the raid message and do the whole thing that you do on a raid. Can you? So it kind of like disrupts the raid. That's like my thing with it. I mean, if you've genuinely had an issue and you run follower only chat, then it's fine. I don't understand why some people run it, but I guess everyone has their reason. You know? I mean, like, if someone runs it for whatever reason, then go for it, I guess. But like, it's just not something I would run myself, but I'm not gonna tell anyone they shouldn't run it. Despise it. I like to chat with someone before I follow. I just think it's off-putting. Never really give those streamers a chance. But see, at the end of the day, that's your choice, though, isn't it? And that's kind of what I was, like, saying earlier with those types of things, like with the ad-free viewing on subs thing, if you removed it. Now, I could do that, but I would know, and I would take the hit of knowing that most likely it would put a lot of people off, and it would negatively impact things. You know? So this is kind of like... See, oh, no, it's fine, though. What I'm saying, though, is... I don't know, it's like you've agreed with what I said, right? We've agreed on the same point, because... Just from the different perspective. Because from you said... Oh, that's my thing gone, isn't it? Fuck, my sash is gone. Uh-oh. We gotta be careful now. Oh, no, we're good. We outspeed. But, like, from... Oh... Oh, no. Can we level Ice Spinner? This is actually going to be... Oh, hang on. Oh, speed increase. That actually might be bad. Hang on a minute. Oh, wait. Fuck. We're going to lose. That Aqua Step just lost us the game. The AIs, genuinely, right? Okay, so we're going to have to repeat that. The AI actually just threw, and it worked out, because the AI used Aqua Step, because keep in mind, before that fight happened, you'd think that might be a big brain play to get the speed boost. The AI doesn't know before that fight happens that it's faster than my Haxorus, right? So there's no reason for it to use Aqua Step when it has a super effective ice move to hit me with right there. And it doesn't use it. So it doesn't use its super effective move on us. It decides to use the resisted move in Aqua Step, which just so happens to give it one boost, which makes it outspeed us. If it had done the natural thing that the AI should have done, and used its super effective ice move on us, like a normal person would when they see a dragon type, we win that, because we live the ice spinner the first time, and then we kill on turn 2, providing we don't get frozen. That's kind of annoying. We're going to be behind schedule now. We'll now run over on stream, I suspect, because of that. Kind of annoying, but what can you do? But yeah, like when it comes to that stuff, like I think follower only as well. It's like if you put it on, you know that you're probably going to be a chance of having people immediately come in and leave in the same way that I do with pre-rolls, right? Like if I had pre-roll ads, you're probably going to get hit with it and go, ah, okay, and leave, you know? That's just the way it is. I mean, the way it comes to when it comes to Twitch from the streamer's perspective, right? 90% of people probably come into stream for 5 seconds and have already left by the time you would even know that they might have been there. That's just the way that it works based on statistics and stuff, right? I think they say people are 50% more likely to stick around if they say something in chat. Albeit then you also have the people who come in and just say like the word penis and then leave, and it's like, okay, well that guy was never going to stay, were they? You know? Or something like that. What was it yesterday? There was one, wasn't it, where someone came in during War Thunder, where I was talking about the British guns, not like RNG, and I was saying about how sometimes you'll shoot someone in the exact same place with the same vehicle and they'll one-shot you and you won't kill them. And the guy just came in and went, well, obviously it's because they have explosive filler in their shells and you don't. And I was like, yeah, like obviously in some cases, yes, you will, but that's not the point I was making, and explained it. And then they'd already left by the time I'd mentioned it anyway. They came in to have their actually moment and push their glasses up and do that, and then left the stream. Because they didn't say anything else afterwards, so they fucked off, I'm assuming. But like, you know, you kind of just accept that most people are probably not going to stick around anyway. And so when it comes to that, I just look to do as many things as possible to not turn people off immediately at the door. We're going to switch to the break screen now as well while we wait for the BRB. See, this is another thing as well. Some people who are like, you know, they get hit with the ads and it's like they can't see the stream and we play on in the background. But I always switch to the BRB screen to make sure that nobody misses any actual gameplay. Or I tried to. So that's why we're on the BRB screen right now. We're waiting for the ads to go through so that everybody gets a chance to actually watch the stuff going on in the background. It was announced, but I still jumped. I'm wheezing. I like it. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's it's kind of wild, you know. Some wild stuff out there. How long we got before the break's done? 40 seconds. And then we'll be back. See? Now would be a perfect time to get up and have a drink if you needed it. Go have a stretch. Go have a drink. Go do what you need to do. Now's the perfect time. Ten seconds. The Garchomp one-shotted Goodra, if nobody saw that, right as the break cut in. So Garchomp killed Goodra this time as well. So make the switch now as the break comes back in. But Garchomp basically just one-shot Goodra, and now Pawmot is coming out. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. We're going to get hit with an Ice Punch here again, as we do. And we live it. We one-shot with Bulldoze, which is good. Yeah, welcome back from the break, everybody, again. I appreciate, as always, that you help to support the stream by watching the ads, and thank you for doing that. You don't have to, but you choose to, and I appreciate it very much. Yeah. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you guys all hanging out and vibing, you know? I know for a lot of you as well, Pokemon's not necessarily your thing. So it is one of the main things I've streamed for the last couple of years. It's a big thing for me, so... yeah. Kind of where I've built a lot of the stream from, so... I appreciate you guys sitting around and hanging out through it, even if it's not necessarily your thing, your favorite thing. Yeah. Dragon Rush and miss again? No, he actually hit this time. That's annoying. Well, Garchomp finally goes down. Not sure why I'm so skittish with the ads. I'm nearly always on the ceiling. I think it's because usually they're really weird volume in comparison. So, like, you know, you remember the whole, like, thing about YouTube ads that people joke about, isn't it? Where you'll be sat and it'll be, like, watching, you know, you'd be watching some, like, quiet, you know, low volume video. And then out of nowhere, you'll just have, like, the really loud Raid Shadow Legends will just come up out of nowhere. And you just, like, jump out your seat. You know? You just sat there and you just get a man shout Raid Shadow Legends into your ear. And it's, like, makes you jump. Who have we got to beat now? Is it just, oh, it's Orthworm still as well. Dude, it's so annoying that Quackleval, though, has Ice Spinner. And also, I didn't even notice it until now, but of course, we've now lost twice in this run, so the Flawless is fully, officially dead, even if we'd survived the first time against Grosha. Which is kind of sad, isn't it? So it didn't matter after all that we lost that first time. Go for a Protect so we can get the Leech Seed recovery. A little bit of strategy there as well, using Leech Seed, which is a recovery move. It deals damage at the end of each turn. So if I set it up on the first turn and get the heal, then I use Protect. I save myself taking damage and get the free regeneration from hitting Orthworm with it. In the same way, I'm going to do it again next time. So we're going to hit him with Apple Acid or Energy Ball here. He takes a small amount of damage from that. He then gets hit by Leech Seed Recovery again, which is there. Takes a small amount of damage off him and gives us health recovery, as you see. Yeah. Then, next turn we use Protect, which means we don't take any damage. We're safe from a move. Leech Seed goes up again. He takes more damage. We get recovery on the HP bar again. Big brain. It's part of what you would refer to in Pokemon as stalling. Where we're basically winning not offensively. We're winning by stalling out the opponent and stopping them from being able to beat us pretty much. And he's missed Iron Tail, so no matter what, he loses now. Because even if we don't kill him with our Energy Ball, he's going to now die to the damage of Leech Seed. He does anyway, so it doesn't matter, but... Quackleval does have Air Slash here, so we have to be careful of that. Although on the random off chance he decides to do something stupid again, like use Aqua Step on a Grass type, I may go for Leech Seed just in case. Because Leech Seed will set up on everyone, which is handy. So I might do that anyway. Because you never know. It might work out quite well. He's probably just going to hit me with a normal move, but we'll see. Oh, Ice Spinner. It's quite effective. He's going to kill me unless a Friendship. Friendship does not activate. Not a surprise, really, but it is what it is. Now we just need to win a 1v4. Then we'll go Salamence first, because of Rocky Helmet and Intimidate. So we're going to knock its attack down by 1 stage via the use of Intimidate, first up anyway. And we get the benefit of Rocky Helmet, so if he decides to hit us with a move, he's going to take damage. We're going to go with Dragon Claw when we use a move. We outspeed, that's good, so we get free damage. Now if he uses Ice Spinner anyway, he's going to take damage from Rocky Helmet. And we survive, so Salamence is now going to kill then. Never mind. See, look how different it was last time compared to this time when it came to the way things went. One small change in the strategy, just one small exchange of a Pokemon up front in the lead slot of our team completely flips the game. Kind of insane. That's why some of these flawless runs can be so difficult, because one tiny change to the strategy completely flipped the whole match. But now this unlocks the chance for us to go and chase the final bit of glory and go and finish Monotype Dragon officially. I think probably with the fact that we're going to overrun anyway now, because it's probably going to be an hour for Area 0. Realistically, we will now probably do the Hall of Fame team stuff off stream. And I'll just post the pictures of it in Discord to show what we have as our team setups. So, I think I'll do that instead. Because it'll probably be easier than doing that later on, because it's probably going to be an hour for us to finish Area 0, so, yeah. At least it most likely will be anyway. Kind of sad to be seeing the end of the Monotype today, though. It's a sad time that the series is over, really. Or at least almost over. Because of how long we've been doing it. Hi, Bevan. Dreepy's so ass. Dude, we didn't even use ours until he evolved. I just stuck him in the back of the party and leveled him until he was Dragapult, and then he's actually good. He's not very good. Dreepy doesn't learn any moves either. I don't know if you know this. He doesn't learn any moves after his initial 4 that he already gets. He doesn't learn a single move until he evolves to Dracloak at level 50. So the only moves you have now will most likely will be the only things you're allowed. Because you're playing it in like Cobblemon or whatever, aren't you? I think. Found out yourself. Yeah, he's something. I mean, none of the baby dragons are that great, but I mean, Dreepy is probably the worst. Oh man. Question now really has to be, who do we bring for the final fight here? So, we don't have an Iron Head TM, so we can't really get around Fluttermane that way, meaning that one of the best ways for us to do it is probably going to be Dragapult, but... Or we just brute force it with one of our other dragons. But who drops if we do that is the question. I think the best thing we can do is run with what we have now as our team. However, I might make one change. I think. What I'm thinking is... Can I get the move I want here? On Salamence. No, I can't. Oh, fuck. I can get it on Dragonite, I know that much. Alright. We're going to drop Fire Punch. And we're going to pick up Dragon Dance. So I think our lead for the final section of the game is going to be Dragon Dance, Dragonite. Reason being, when we get to the end with the Professor, the lead Pokemon has 3 moves it uses. Low Sweep, which is a fighting type move. Leech Life, which is a bug type move. And Lunge, which is a bug type move. All 3 of those types are resisted by Dragonite's flying typing. Now, that means Dragonite is pretty much in a great position to be able to use Dragon Dance and boost himself while in the presence of that thing. So he can set himself up where even if he takes some damage, can basically do a lot of damage to the other things that come in. The other option there would be to use Salamence for that, which could be good. However, Salamence wouldn't be able to boost itself as it has no Dragon Dance boosting move. So Dragonite is probably the safer bet because he's able to increase his own power before getting into the fight. And as that we've seen, it hasn't worked before because it didn't work with Haxorus against the director of the school. But when it does work, from plenty of experience of these Monotype runs now, The ones that have come closest to winning and flawlessing or have completely flawless the entire game all use a booster in the opening slot, which was previously Cloyster and then turned out to be Volcarona in the previous ones. So they all use a boosting Pokemon in their first slot for the team. So there you go. More cutscenes here as well. Another bit of a spamming simulator we've got to go through here. Yeah, it's always rough going through this. Not because it's difficult, just because it takes a while. I'm assuming you're just playing a bit of Cobblemon then, Bevan, are you, today? Is that what you're up to? Because, like, if anyone doesn't know, it's like a Minecraft mod that allows you to play Pokemon inside of Minecraft. That's what Bevan's up to, I think. Well, I'm assuming he's playing it right now anyway. Okay, you are. How far have you gotten? Have you gotten past Misty yet? I assume you have. IDK, what I want for my 5th and 6th Mons. Have you still got the same ones you had the other day? Dreepy Mudkip or Dreepy Marsh Stomp, Mankey, and what was the 4th? I don't remember what your 4th was. Did you have a 4th then? Actually, you might have only had 3. Oh, you did get Trico at one point. Over leveled, but a Lieutenant Surge still kicks my ass. Doesn't he have, Electrode is like his signature Pokemon, and Raichu, isn't it, I think? Swampert, Dreepy, Annihilate, and Cerulege. You should have a good team for him. I mean, Swampert obviously is a hard immunity. Dreepy, I mean, Dreepy sucks, but at least it's Dragon, so it can absorb electric hits. Annihilate is just powerful, and then Cerulege. Yeah. Yeah, you kind of... Yeah, you do only have 3 mons with Dreepy. All Dreepy can do is sub Infestation or something, and then die, basically. Yeah, Dreepy's not very good. Oh, Vika... Oh, yeah. Yeah, Vikavolt is annoying. That's a problem. Vikavolt with Energy Ball, though, that's annoying. Need something with Rock. When you finish the main story, are you planning on playing with viewers? No. 2 reasons. One, because I have more challenge runs to do, because this is the 18th out of 18, but there's some other ones I was planning on doing. So after this run, I wasn't going to go off and do multiplayer anyway. And the other reason is I don't think I have Switch Online anymore anyway, so... I couldn't even if I wanted to. So there you go. I hope that answers your question there, the critter. As I say, this is the 18th time I've finished the story. And, yeah. There's usually another run that comes straight after it. Whenever I do that, so. Yeah. Annoying thing about Area 0 here is that we can't sit on the back of Coridon anymore and run around. So we have to just walk. Makes this place a lot slower to get through. Scizor would be a good counter. I like the sound of that. If I can find a Scyther. Can you get Metal Coat and evolve it, though, without trading or anything? I think so. So what you mean to tell me, Bevan, is that the people who made the Pixelmon / Cobblemon mods were able to figure out a way to allow in-game evolution that didn't require you to trade before Pokemon Company did, who were the people who made the franchise, and still really haven't figured out a way of doing it in their main games. Isn't that something? I honestly don't know why Pokemon Company haven't just changed that at this point, because it's just stupid that you have to trade. Items like Linking Cord. The only game where you can do that, the actual, like, first-party Pokemon game where you can do that, is in Legends Arceus. But keep in mind, you only have a limited roster of Pokemon in there you can do it for, because you only have the games, basically Pokemon that could be found in Sinnoh. So, like, you get a certain amount of things, but other than that, you lose it. And I don't know, I've said about this many a times when we've talked about it on stream. I don't really know why they didn't just add the linking cord as just an item in game. A default item you can pick up and use in any game. It's just super annoying that they didn't add it. Because this game came out after PLA, yet for some reason they still never added it. IDKF Cobblemon has a trading system yet, but still, you don't need one if you got linking cord though. You can just freely evolve anything. If you got linking cord, you should be fine. It's just annoying though, isn't it, you know? Like, especially with the way that some of the items are actually kind of rare in themselves. If you think about, like, in most Pokemon games, Metal Coat and stuff like that, it's kind of rare. You get a Metal Coat and you go, nice, I can finally evolve my Onix. Oh, wait, never mind, I need to trade it. So you have to find the rare item and then you have to trade. Super annoying. Yeah, I kind of hate when Pokemon does stuff like that, really. Pokemon Company are quite annoying, not gonna lie. Makes you livid, a little angry? Nah. Nothing really does these days. Nothing makes me that fuming these days. I don't care enough about anything to make me that annoyed about it, you know? Go for an outrage, why not? Might as well. Wow, Drill Run killed Glamora. Who thought it? I don't really know why they make you do this fight, because Lycanroc is almost always faster than whatever Pokemon you use anyway. and it always one-shots when it hits with Drill Run. I don't really understand the point of that one. They're like, yeah, let's set you up for this cinematic fight where you get to find Glimora. Not for the first time, keep in mind, because you'd have fought it against Gita, the champion. You'd have already beaten Glimora once. So they throw it out and they're like, wow, Glimora. And then you just watch it get one-shotted by the AI. It just seems like a bit of a pointless fight to me. I don't know, man. IDK, dude. Pretty sure there'll be a glowy item on the left-hand side of that step, as you can see there, and it will probably disappear as we get closer. Oh, it didn't. Usually it disappears when you get too close to the step. Damn. Kind of surprised. Yeah, like you'll take a step towards it and it'll just disappear. I'm also kind of glad as well that the post that I made this week on various platforms, on YouTube and on TikTok, the videos we put up, the War Thunder clip, actually did decently as well. The first time I've posted anything on TikTok or YouTube for a while now, like actual shorts, and they did decently well. I was kind of happy. Quite surprised, I gotta say. We got about 500. Well, we got 500 odd views on the old M22 Locust, and on TikTok, I think we got 300 and something, 370. Yeah, 380 basically. I was pretty happy with that. Maybe I'll start uploading clips from stream again. Who knows? Kind of went off it for a while just because it wasn't really going anywhere, so I stopped doing it. It was time invested into something every week that wasn't actually useful at all anyway. That's the first of the 4 labs, though, in Area 0, so we're on the way now. We got our foot in the door. This is the annoying thing about this, as I said, you just have to run. We have to go all the way down there eventually, but... I don't know why. There must be a load zone or something there as well, because it always stops you at that random invisible wall and lets you just run straight through. I really don't get the point of it, but... That's surfing down there. Next Pokemon we're about to fight is actually really annoying in Screamtail. So, Dragonite actually really doesn't... Well, none of our Pokemon match up well against this thing because we have no Steel type. Nor do we have Iron Head as a move. I probably should have looked into getting Iron Head as a TM first, but... We're just going to have to... The problem with this, right, this whole fight is we're kind of just going to have to brute force it. Because there's a couple of Pokemon in this upcoming battle that we're going to do against the Professor that are quite annoying for us to face. And it's basically just going to be us brute forcing it. That's like all we can say. There's not really anything else to it. So we just got to brute force it and see what happens. That's all we can really do. At the end of the day, you know. What else can you do? Oh no, Igglybuff escaped. Whatever are we going to do? Not Igglybuff getting away in chat. What a shame. I'm so devastated, as you can tell from my voice. I'm really heartbroken about Igglybuff getting away. This stupid AI as well tries to use a psychic type move on Umbreon, which is a dark type, so it can't even hit it. Doesn't ever make sense to me. I'm kind of scared that double Dragon Dance, like Dragonite, ain't going to be powerful enough, but maybe we'll go to 3. 3 Dragon Dances or something. It'll all really depend. It'll be scaled on the amount of damage that Slitherwing does to us, really, and what move he uses. So, we'll figure it out, though. Hey, we got free heal. That's nice. We do also have Life Orb, which is nice, though, so I suppose that's a benefit to some degree. Spam for all this as well. There's literally no point like sitting and going through this text. We're nearly there now, chat. We're nearly at the end. I'm a little sad about that, actually. A little sad that we're going to be done soon with Monotype, with how close it is to the end. We've been doing this, well, these runs, well, since before we even knew we were going to do it as a series, but we've been doing these runs since September of last year. And now, finally, we're right near the end. I know there's an ad break just started as well, but while we're just running through Area 0, I'm not really that bothered about switching screens for the break, because, well, we're not really doing anything anyway, and to be honest, I doubt anyone's really that bothered. So I think we're just going to continue cracking on, because nobody's really that worried whether we stop or not, so we're just going to keep going. Might as well. Normally I would stop, though, of course, for it, but in this case, I'm just going to motor on, because there's kind of no point waiting. Well, I don't really have all too much to say at the minute, to be honest. I feel like my talking battery has kind of run out, you know? I've done too much talking today. And I'm kind of running low on juice. So I probably won't be quite as talkative as we maybe finish the game. Have a good one, Bevan. Take it easy, my dude. I appreciate you being here. Thanks for hanging out, as always. And I hope you have a good one, yeah? Take it easy, man. Oh, man. I'm getting a bit sleepy as well. Plus, it is 11:35, so... And we've been going for over 4.5 hours, so we've been going on a decent shift today. Welcome in, Dragon. How's it going? How are you? Going good. Just got home from work. Fair enough. Fair enough. I hope it was a good day. Or at least a quick day. Nothing else. Single Intimidate goes off. How much is Wing Attack going to do? That would be kind of interesting to know. That was he can't hit Dragonite. Yeah, it tried to use a ground move on a flying type. Big brain from the AI. Not bad damage. That's with Life Orb, but still. Stab Life Orb. More than Play Rough. Neither. It's Stock Take. Oh, never mind. Hey, even if it was boring, though. Boring, but, like, easy is always kind of a decent one, though, you know? You have a day like you don't like. If it's boring, but it's easy, that always is quite nice as well, I'd say. I remember there was a couple of days when I was at the lab where we didn't really have anything come in, because I think it was around... I want to say it was around Christmas or something. And so people would, like... Some of the other places that sent us stuff had closed up already. So we didn't have any orders come in like normal that we'd have to do, where we'd have to do testing on stuff. And so we didn't actually have anything to do, really, for a whole week. And most of what I spent that whole week doing was going through all of the cupboards of chemicals and logging everything, figuring out how much we had of them, and then writing a giant list of stuff that we needed to buy. So a similar thing, really, where I basically just went and had to do, like, stock checking on, like, everything we had, chems-wise, in the cupboards. It was wild, though. There was stuff in there from, like, 2010 that no one had thrown out. It was, like, 8 years old. Oh, not 8 years old. Like 10 years old at that point, 11 years old. Got me dates wrong there. Great Tusk, one of my favorite designs. I always am caught up with Great Tusk about whether I prefer Great Tusk or Donphan. I do quite like Donphan. So I never know which one I prefer, honestly. Because I do like Donphan a lot. So I never know. He's kind of like a slightly cooler version of Donphan, but there's something about Donphan that's just pretty cool, you know? Alright, one more lab to go. We're almost done. I suppose if we did it first try, it is in theory possible that we still beat the professor by 5 hours. We just wouldn't have finished the post-fight stuff. But technically the run would be over, though, at least. Thank you for being here, though, everybody. Really appreciate it. I really do. You guys have no idea. Thank you for always being here to support the stream in any way that entails. And hanging out, you know. It's a whole lot easier doing these types of runs and things, you know, when you have someone to talk to and to vibe with rather than, you know, talking in circles for hours. I like a little more the color than Donphan. Vampy isn't bad. Yeah, I can understand that. He's a little more, his design pops a little more, you know. What's the final team looking like? So, the quote-unquote final team is kind of the final team, but not really, because there's probably a couple of other options that could have slotted in quite easily. So it's more open of a final team than normal. So whereas these are the 6 Pokemon we have currently, there is, you could arguably say that there are better options we could have brought. So I'll show it in a minute. Because there are a couple in the box that I probably would have brought, but I have a reason why one of them's there. Which I know you're going to love, Dragon. And I'll explain why in a minute. Cheese, indeed. We love cheese. Good old cheese. This is our current team of 6 that we're taking to the end. We have Dragonite, Garchomp, Salamence, Fruit Boy, Goodra, and Haxorus. Now, I actually wouldn't have bothered bringing Dragonite at all if it wasn't for the fact that Salamence cannot get Dragon Dance as a learnable move. So the only reason Dragonite is here is because he's the only person with Dragon Dance that can basically set up super easily on Slitherwing. Otherwise, I honestly, and I'm not just saying this because it's you, I would have boxed Dragonite and probably bought Dragapult instead. Cyclizar would have been a good option I was potentially thinking about. Same with Baxcalibur. And obviously in the end we didn't get Hydreigon because we actually run out of rare candies and we didn't really use it. But I would say probably that Dragon is the most competitive final set we've ever had in terms of options for the team. So kind of almost anything probably could have slotted in, probably minus Altaria, you know? So we could have had a lot of different options there. But in this case, because of Slitherwing being the way it is, and being being bug fighting, so it's double, quad super effective for Dragonite, and we resist all of its moves. While we could have gone for the Intimidate on Salamence to make our survivability slightly better, I thought it would be better to run Dragon Dance Dragonite to try and set up and then kill it with Wing Attack. And then try and get through the other two. Basically, the team I'd run except Goodra, I'd switch that for Dragapult. Reason I kept Goodra is because Goodra is our pretty much only special defense bulk. And I have it in there just in case things go wrong, because there is that Flutter Mane that we have to fight. And I'm pretty sure no one else is really going to be able to go toe-to-toe with Flutter Mane other than Goodra. So the only thing with that, though, is Goodra has to use a non-stab on it because it can't hit it with dragon moves. But we do have Thunderbolt, so Goodra could potentially paralyze it. But I did think about using Dragapult as the killer for Flutter Mane. It's just kind of like, I think Goodra kind of earned its spot, really, from some of what it's done towards the end. It's Assault Vested as well, so it's even bulkier. And, actually doing that, we have a move on it that we don't need, don't we? We have Protect. But if we're Assault Vested, we might as well get rid of it, because, well, we can't do anything, can we? We might as well stick a TM, actually, on Goodra here. I just realized. Because we're Assault Vested, so we can't use a move anyway. We might as well slap something on it. Oh. That could actually be kind of a goated move, Draco Meteor. Now I think about it. Focus Blast.
Hello there.
Draco Meteor is actually kind of an interesting option here to run. Or Surf. Hello there, Polar. How's it going? Welcome in. Hello there indeed. If I could run Dazzling Gleam, that would be amazing. Yeah, I think we'll probably end up just running, or Volt Switch, that'd be kind of funny. Facade could be a bit of a meme. Chilling Water. Not really that good though, is it? Low Kick. I guess we might just run Draco Meteor. We have nothing really that we can stick on that would make us any better against Flutter Mane, but I'm kind of just like, we might as well use it, so I guess we'll just chuck Draco Meteor on. What's the worst that can happen? What about Terra Blast? We can't Terra, so it'd be permanently normal. So not only will it not be that strong, but we also can't hit Flutter Mane with it anyway. Nor can we hit it with Draco Meteor, but I think I'd rather take the chance on a Draco Meteor late on than I would the Terra Blast maybe missing or whatever, you know? Or maybe not dealing that much damage. It adds a bit more... what's the word? Adds a bit more anticipation and things, doesn't it? A bit more pressure, because now we've got Draco Meteor with its 90% accuracy. Which, you know, Goodra might have to hit to win. Who knows? Not that it really matters anyway, because the flawless chance of winning the game is done. We actually lost against Grusher. We got really unlucky. I don't know if you were there for that one, Dragon, but we lost against Grusher, which it went down to a 1v1. It was actually a really close fight, and we ended up losing because on the final turn we got frozen by Ice Beam. When we would have... So we survived the first Ice Beam with Haxorus, where we had it sashed, thinking that we'd need it. We actually survived with more HP than we thought, with I think 23 left. So Haxorus lived. He outsped Altaria. So we brought him in, he outsped Altaria, hit it with a Dragon Claw, dealt about half to 2/3 damage, so it was a guaranteed 2-shot kill, and we outsped. So the only way we lost is if we either got one-shotted by Ice Beam or frozen. We survived the Ice Beam, but we got frozen. And I subsequently checked afterwards. Ice Beam is a 10% chance to freeze. So we lost because of a 90% roll of bad luck, basically. Getting that 10% that lost us the game. Oh, the flawless, anyway. Not that, of course, the flawless necessarily matters. It's just kind of like a special notch in the cap to say, yeah, we beat the game with one type without losing a single fight in the whole game, including to the ones, that, you know, the types that are really strong against us. But as of right now, there's only one type out of all 18 that we actually successfully have done that with. Now, that statistic's a little skewed because the early on runs probably were completely different compared to the old, like the newer runs. I suspect they were a lot more clean and clinical towards the end, whereas at the start it was more of just kind of a... We didn't even think about the flawless at the start, so we didn't even really try for it. So it's probably a little unfair. But the only run that successfully made it the entire way through the game without losing a single fight to literally anything in the whole playthrough, of every trainer fight, every wild Pokemon, whatever, the only run that nobody ever was defeated on was Ice. That is the only type, which is kind of just... It's like a bit cruel, really, isn't it? So the Ice, which was the type that sunk Dragon, is the only type that managed to do it. Maybe that's what it was. Ice wanted its flawless record to stay intact. Now I picked that up. Can Goodra Shadow Ball? No, it can't. But yeah, it was lucky from the ice types to get a freeze, so, you know, it is what it is. I said, though, it's probably kind of justice anyway, because if you look at it, we got quite lucky in some of the other runs. I know Mono Rock was a good example. At the time, we had no counter for, I think the dragon types that when we did the fight against Hassel in the Elite Four, and we struggled with it. Because the problem is you had the Flapple and you had the Appleton in... well, not Appleton. You had the Flapple in that fight, which caused us real problems when we did it the first time. And I remember it came down to a 1v1. I think it was Baxcalibur versus Tyranitar. And Baxcalibur, in turning itself Dragon and removing its Ice typing, left itself vulnerable to Ice Fang. And I remember we got hit by, I think, a Glaive Rush and just about survived on T-Tar. This was a long time ago now. And Tyranitar hits an Ice Fang, freezing Baxcalibur on the final turn, which then allowed us to use a follow-up move and knock it out. So it's like, we kind of just got done to us what we'd done to so many of the AI trainers throughout the run, getting lucky with a bit of RNG or a type, you know, status situation here or there. So it was kind of, I suppose it was justice for the AI, you know? Still sucks, though. And then actually, you know, with the way it being where I'm not defending the flawless anymore, I do play a little freer. And we actually lost once again earlier. We lost to Nemona, actually, in the final rival fight. Because we ended up stacking up our team badly, pretty much. And we ended up getting hit by that Ormot with Ice Punch was annoying. And there was a few Pokemon in there that kind of gave us a couple of issues here and there. And then the second time we did it, we swept her. But her Quackavole... It ended up doing like a massive big brain play that was, I think, completely unintentional by the AI. Which is, Quackavole was slower than us. Now, keep in mind, it was against a full health Haxorus, right? Both of them were full HP, and they were out in the field. We outsped, used Dragon Claw, did about half damage to it. It's always Haxorus in these situations that's getting unlucky. So we did about over half damage to it with a Dragon Claw. It then uses Aqua Step, even though it has Ice Spinner as one of its moves. It used Aqua Step, hit us for less than half damage, boosted its speed, outsped us on the second turn, and killed us with Ice Spinner. And the reason I say that I think it was unintentional is the AI would not have known our speed until the point where it started. Wouldn't have known basically it was faster than us or slower than us until it had already selected its moves and things. So it wouldn't have known that it would need the speed boost from Aqua Step to outspeed us. So the AI basically won by throwing and using a water type move against a dragon and unintentionally boosting its speed. So we ended up losing to that because of that move there. If it had just used Ice Spinner the first time, Haxorus would have lived, not taken the, you know, the speed bump, and then would have killed the Wakabal anyway. So it didn't matter in the end, because we did take a second loss. But, yeah, it's kind of sad, I suppose, that Dragon's taken 2 defeats. But I suppose it proves, really, that sometimes it's not necessarily about how good the type is. It's about RNG and how you play it. It's kind of just what it's like, isn't it, in all of Pokemon? RNG really does play a huge factor. That just gave me a kind of interesting idea, thinking about RNG. I was going to say, like, RNG moves. Run. Can we beat the game using only, like, less than 75% accuracy moves? RNGesus run. Or can you beat the game using only status moves? Oh, could you imagine that? Trying to beat the game with, like, only Toxic and stuff like that. And Leech Seed. Oh my god. The best part about that is, it would take forever. Just because it would take so long to kill everything. I bet, even joking about that, that would be a disgusting team to fight. If you were fighting against, like, Amoonguss and, like, Toxapex and everything was just like that, it was a stalling mon. Chance, like Blissey or something, that would be such an annoying team to fight against. It was just designed to Toxic Leech Seed and then just sit there and just absorb hits from you as you slowly died. That'd be so frustrating. We just go for the regular wing attack. But we're gearing up for it now, though. One last time, man. I feel so weird about this, because, as I said, I've said it many a time today, and you're probably sick of hearing me say it if you've been here a number of times now, but this run is run number 18 of 18. We have been playing this particular set of runs, doing the monotype only challenges, since about the first week of September last year. So it has been probably 3 weeks off of the start to a year right now. So we're probably 3 weeks off of a year since we started the monotype runs. So we've been doing this a long old time. And it feels like such a weird big moment staring down the barrel now of we are about to do... We literally have one fight standing between us and the end of all 18 monotypes. The fight coming up against the Professor is literally the last fight of the run. Of the 18 runs. How crazy is that? It's kind of sad in a way, because I don't want it to end. You know? It's been such a big part of stream for the last year. I almost don't want it to be over. Some of this right here before the final fight, I tend to use as, like, useful information. Because looking at that, we just took about 50 damage from a Sucker Punch, right? Now, that's not the same Brute Bonnet we'll fight in the end. But it's just useful to gain that kind of information to think about, like, what is actually gonna... How much damage, roughly, might we take from a similar move? It's the same thing with the Flutter Mane out here. When we use Wing Attack in a minute without Dragon Dancing, it'll be interesting to see how much damage we do, so we can roughly figure out whether we'll get anywhere near knocking it out with a double Dragon Dance or not. And if we won't, obviously we have the option to go up to ×3 Dragon Dance or whatever. There's a couple of things we need to do here basically with, like, testing ideas. And it's kind of useful that you get these fights against some of the paradoxes beforehand, because then we get the option to basically test our theory a little. We also get to see somewhat how much damage we'll take from Flutter Mane ourselves. So we'll go for the Wing Attack and see how much that deals. Hopefully it goes for Mystical Fire us in the actual fight. That'd be lovely. If it didn't go for Dazzling Gleam or whatever. We lose special attack, but that's fine. Ooh. Okay. That was 3/4. Huh. Now, I don't want to get ahead of myself here. From the numbers that I've just seen there, if things went to plan in terms of us outspeeding and getting the attack bonuses we want, so for example, that would require Mr. Slitherwing to go for leech life every turn, basically, so it didn't drop our stats. In the event that we didn't get our stats dropped, I think we probably only need maybe 1 Dragon Dance, maybe the 2 to one-shot the Fluttermane. Now, really, that's going to ask the question as to whether we can get that off without losing too many stats via the speed and or attack that we get hit with from Big Boy Fluttermane, or whatever, so. Or Slitherwing. So this is going to be really interesting. But yeah, prepare to meet the Professor as well. I know, was it Bruised earlier asked if she was a vampire because of her fangs, but you're about to find out what she actually is. She's not a vampire, though. She's certainly something. But here's the Professor that we've been looking for down in Area 0. Yeah, so, as you could probably see from that, she's an AI, not actually a person. She's a robot. She is a robot AI replica of the actual Professor who came down into Area 0. It's basically, as you can see there, it's got all of the memories and knowledge that the actual Professor had, because the real Professor died in an accident that destroyed Research Station number 4. So it's a bit morbid, really, for a Pokemon game, but the real Professor's dead, and this AI version is why Arven hasn't seen his mother for years. Because she's dead. It's a bit sucky, really, isn't it? But what can you do, I suppose? There's only one thing left to do. We're right here. We could change the team if we wanted to, but I think we're happy to stick with what we've got. And I think the items we have on right now are probably a decent set of what we wanted here. So I think it's time to go and meet our maker. Let's go end this, shall we? A year's worth of work to get to this point. Now all we've got to do is finish it off one last time. One last time. That's all that stands between us and the end. One last fight. Let's finish it, shall we? I don't know, because I don't remember who was here for the first one ever. But, yeah. If you were here at the first ever Monotype, and you've made it all the way through till the end of the final one, a year later, then congratulations to you. And I appreciate you very much for being around long enough to, you know, see the start and end of the challenge. I have no idea how many people that actually applies to, though. Probably not that many, actually, that were here at the start, because I know we've had a big changeover in terms of people in stream over the last 6 months to a year, so... But this is it. Final room. Where we meet our destiny. Yeah, Dragonite lead is what we stick with. Dragonite lead is the option here, I think, that we go with. Just the best option for us. Can't believe we're here already. I know there's a break about to start as well. So, we'll wait for that before we do the final fight, I suppose. Before we find out what actually happens, but... Here we go. One last fight. For the last time. After the break, anyway. Let's do it. Right, now we switch screens and we wait. We'll listen to the banger music in a minute. Okay. It's time. Now is the time. The break is done. We finished this one off. For the last time, over a year since we started. Let's finish. Scarlet Violet Monotype series. And a long old slog, these runs. And let's finish it off with a bang, shall we, if we can. Dragon Dance. We're going to go for 2. We might even try 3 if we get the chance. Maybe we'll even go overkill and we'll put another one on. Who knows? But the last one, low sweep, gonna drop our speed. Does about 40 damage. Okay. Kind of good, because it means our attack doesn't drop, but it's still annoying to lose the speed, though, honestly. Go for a second one. Why the rage, dragon? What's the problem? Why the angry emotes? Okay, he just wants to drop our speed. That's annoying. So we're definitely not going to be able to outspeed the Flutter main then. So this strat of using the Dragon Dance isn't going to work. Unless he goes for something else. Dude, fucking get away with the goddamn low sweeps. I guess we're just going to go for it because... Well, Dragonite's going to die anyway now. Our whole strat about using Dragonite for this is probably going to go badly now because Dragonite's speed isn't up. I knew it would probably happen. I said it will be low sweep. I mean, it has 3 moves. It has low sweep, leech life, or pounce. Or lunge, or whatever it is. So it was either going to drop our attack or it was going to drop our speed. And it's probably worse that it went for our speed. Screamtail has Ice Punch as well, so we're screwed here. Yeah. Because we didn't get the speed increase, so we couldn't outspeed Screamtail. Maybe I should have brought Jagalgi. I don't know. That was a bad first, like, opening, though. Problem is, Ice is really good against just about everything here. I mean, Goodra is not a terrible option. But we kind of wanted Goodra for later on. So if we're not going to use Goodra, who do we use? I think it's got to be Goodra, really. I mean, Salamence kind of works if we used Fly. Like, we can work something with Intimidate, try and get the damage down, Rocky Helmet. Maybe. Let's go Salamence, why not? Let's try Salamence. We'll get the Intimidate strat off. Nice. We'll take the Fly here. We should outspeed. No, we don't. Wow. I genuinely thought we'd be faster. That's quite the surprise to me. How is that thing, Jigglypuff, basically faster than Salamence? You gotta wonder, haven't you? Salamence will get one-shotted. Yeah, Intimidate, though. I knew we'd be fine. I didn't think it'd do that little damage, honestly. But I did think we'd survive. If I had the option, I'd U-turn and bring Salamence out again next turn. I think... I don't know what they're going to bring out next, actually. Probably Sandy Shocks or not. I could see Sandy Shocks, but I could also see Fluttermane coming out now. Yeah, it's Fluttermane. Well, it's obviously going to outspeed me. It's going to go for Dazzling Gleam, probably, and kill me. So, in an effort to say, well, you never know with these types of things, we will go for the Fly anyway, just because there's always the off chance that it doesn't go for... we survive, I guess, Power Gem. That we live on 1 HP from Friendship, which we don't. So now we're going to have to test whether Goodra's got the... Goodra's got the power to hang in with this thing. I don't know if it does or not, honestly, but we're gonna find out. Does Goodra have enough? I believe in Goodra. Come on. Shadow Ball. Interesting. Oh, Goodra. Oh. Okay, we didn't do a lot of damage, but... Arrow would have been really nice in the middle of that. Problem is Goodra is basically going to be a direct trade here. For the most part, because whatever comes in next is probably going to kill us. That being said, the threats kind of are gone now. So the stuff that's in now is generally easier for us to fight. So it's kind of a weird one. So like we've sacrificed a lot, but at the same time our team is kind of not in that bad of a spot. I'm tempted to go Acid Spray here instead of Thunderbolt, but nah, let's go all on the table. Nah, we had to go for the Draco Meteor. We had to do it just in case, but and we couldn't have dodged the Sucker Punch because we had nothing to use instead. So the option here now is we go to the Garchomp or we go to the Haxorus. I think Haxorus is the best to bring in now because I think we can actually set up here. Because he has Payback and other thing. Payback and Sucker Punch. So I think we can set up a double Dragon Dance here. Oh, yes. Also, saying you stand corrected on the Salamence. Didn't you doubt Goodra Dragon as well? Didn't you say that Goodra was good? Dragapult would have been a better option than Goodra? I don't know. After seeing that, I'm thinking that maybe I made the right decision going with Goodra, you know? Do you think we're going to be able to just keep spamming the Dragon Dances here? Because I think it's going to keep going for Sucker Punch. Oh, no. Oh, dear. Oh. I think the AI might have just fucked up. This should be the last one. Okay. 4 Dragon Dances. Oh, my God. What power has this thing just unleashed? That's a lot of damage, don't get me wrong. But 4 Dragon Dances on Haxorus. Holy shit. Oh, that's lucky. At this point, with what we have in the back, I mean, Haxorus probably should now be able to win anyway because of speed. And I don't think there's any priority moves running around. The only thing is, if Haxorus does somehow lose, I don't know how he would, but if he does, we do still have Appleton and Garchomp. So it's not like we kind of run out of power anyway, is it? Even if he somehow dies. My preference is what I'd have done. That's fair. I think Goodra earned its place though, you know? I think Goodra justified its place in the team with what it did there, I think, you know? And my logic was sound on it. And I'm glad that it, you know, came to fruition. This has been a really dominant performance here, though, in the end. Almost as dominant as any have been without a turn 1 booster. Like Cloyster was with the Shell Smash set, where he just destroyed everything. Damn. I'm kind of impressed, I gotta say. Haxorus. This is literally the last move you need to use for the entire Monotype series. 18 runs brought us to this moment. And now, with one push of the button, we end the entire series. Haxorus, how about him? "18 playthroughs finished. Back to back, 18 times, every single type in the game completed with a single Monotype playthrough. There you go. Felt a bit anticlimactic in the end, didn't it? Wasn't quite as hype as I thought it would be. But there you go. Thank you for the emotes, everybody. We did it. Yay. We have to do the clutter afterwards now, but the main fight's done at least. We did it. Kinda can't believe it's over. It's been such a, like, solid thing that we've been doing every week for the last year that, like, it's kind of weird to think that now the Monotype challenge is done. We went through every single type in Pokemon. All 18. Kind of insane, isn't it? This is literally the final act of anything in the entire game now that we have to do. The impossible to lose fight. So, here you go. Koraidon versus Koraidon. Yeah. Kind of sad that it's at its end, you know? I suppose, though, but the Monotype challenge moving out the way also brings its own level of new stuff as well, because it means we can do some other fun challenges and stuff now, I suppose, but it's kind of sad still to think about the fact that it's over. All that's left is to finish this fight and then take a picture. And then, well, I suppose the Hall of Fame teams, but I'll do that off stream. I'll figure those out by doing the random wheel spin. One last fight. This is one of the two typings, of course, as well, where it's actually would be legal to use Koraidon at the end of the game if he was an actual Pokemon, normally. Because he is dragon fighting. So he actually would be legal for this run if we did it. Not that we allowed legendaries anyway, but for the purposes of the final fight, he's technically legal. After we're done here and we get the picture, I'll take us back to the lab and then we'll wind down because there ain't much else to do today. So, and I don't think people are, to be honest, interested in watching me mess with the spreadsheet for a minute to figure out the Hall of Fame teams, so I'll probably just wrap up when we're done here, basically. Hi Shags, welcome back, dude. How are we? Hope you've been doing good. I'm interested in spreadsheets. I'm not going to do it on stream though. I already feel like it. I've run out of juice tonight, I think. Been a long night tonight, I feel like. I'll post them on Discord though to show you what the teams are going to be. Here you go, I'll post the spreadsheet on Discord instead. Out fair. How are you doing there, my dude? Thank you for the hype though, Shags, I appreciate it, mate. We did it though. We won fairly cleanly actually, it was not too bad. Curious about how many slots will Cloyster secure? Well, technically one, because what our original idea was, if we stick with it, was the wild card system, where a Pokemon could only be used once in the Hall of Fame, and so anytime that someone came up multiple times, they would be substituted for another Pokemon that was used in that run that didn't make it to the final 6. Because in some cases there were Pokemon that were really good that never made it to the final few. So I don't know if we'll like randomly spin the wheel and we'll do that and I'll just go through and do all of them, or if we'll just pick someone who didn't make it but we'll figure that out when we get there. So Cloyster, I think, will only be allowed in one run. Same with Volcarona. But it'll be interesting to see if they get put in the same team, because they're all just going to be random, of course. So what I'll go through and do is I'll create the sheet, and I'll make it so that I put 1 to 6 down the side for the team, and then I'm going to put all of the types going across in order in which we did them across the top, and then we'll do each role individually and then put the Pokemon from each team. We'll do all 6 at the same time, because then it's easier for me, because then I can figure out what I need to do for prep. Because you've got to remember, I'm supposed to be starting these on Sunday. So I potentially, depending on which run we do, have to get like maybe a load of Pokemon ready if there's stuff that aren't really easily available at the start of the game. So I might have to do a lot of prep stuff. So yeah. We'll have to kind of get that going. Did old Sada put up a fight? Yes and no. Yes, but not a big one. So, we used Dragonite as our lead and we tried to Dragon Dance, which was successful. However, we kept getting hit with low sweep, so we lost our speed boost. We would get the attack from Dragon Dance, but we lost the speed. So, we were never able to outspeed properly. So, we got the kill on the Slitherwing, and then Dragonite eventually, you know, died to Scream Tail, which we then were able to outmuscle with Salamence, funnily enough, who was quad weak to one of its moves. So Salamence then muscles out the Scream Tail and then dies to Fluttermane that comes in. Fluttermane then 1v1s Goodra, and Goodra absolutely destroys him by tanking the ever-living shit out of that thing. It was insane. So we know that at least Assault Vest Goodra is going to be insane when we use it in one of the runs. Yeah, Goodra basically won the 1v1 against the most dangerous member of the team. Fruit Bonnet then came in and pretty much got played with by Haxorus, where we set up 4 Dragon Dances on it while it used Sucker Punch. And then Haxorus clicked Dragon Claw and one-shotted everything else in the fight. So Haxorus got a triple kill, taking revenge after being defeated by Grusha. And but yeah, so pretty much it was like until about the middle when Fluttermane went down, it was looking a little dangerous. But the second Goodra came out and really like checked it, we were in. And there you go. The final move of the final act, the final boss fight. It's not part of the run technically, but you have to do it to get to the end, so. That's it. The controller is down on the desk. That was the last thing we needed to do. We're finished officially. Wild, isn't it? There you go, chat. So, to answer the question, can you beat Pokemon Scarlet and Violet with insert type here, using only those, using only those Pokemon? Yes, you can, and you can do that for every single type. Some easier than others. And what we established was the easiest type in the game to do it with, believe it or not, is Ice. As you can just slap a Cloyster on with Shell Smash and Icicle Spear your way through the entire game. And there you go. The only thing left for us to do now is to wait for the credits to play in just a few minutes' time, once we get through this last cutscene bit. And then I will pause I'll pause the music for the credits or mute it, because obviously it will DMCA us, which we don't want. I'll play the lo-fi. Once we're done there, we'll go towards the house where we started the run, and we'll take a picture of the team in the picnic as we normally do to show the 6 Pokemon we had at the end. And then I will go through and I will do the rolls later on. I think what I'll do is, probably I won't pick all the Pokemon yet from the wild card ones. I'll probably just do it with the 6 we have, and any Pokemon that gets used more than once, I will just put I'll color the box in red or something, and then I'll just do the reroll afterwards. So we'll already know what the rest of the team is, and it'll be more efficient doing it like that. So we all know. But our dragons will all be split up this time. In theory, unless they get mixed again. Some of them could, I think, but... Actually, no. Never mind, they couldn't. None of them could be together. So none of the dragons will be together anymore. Well, actually, a couple of them could, but they would have to be ones that didn't feature in the final few. Because they would have to be like the non-wild cards. So I guess Baxcalibur will be with someone from the Dragon team. Noivern, in theory, could be as well, I think. Dragonite will end up getting subbed at one point for someone. There's a bunch of Pokemon that'll end up getting subbed, though, because they were really good. Like Cloyster. Cloyster can't be in 2 runs because it was too strong. So we'll make it so that he won't be... Because Cloyster we use for ice and water. So to make it fair for the Hall of Fame, where we're going to use like the combined team, it would be unfair to use Cloyster twice. Because Cloyster is already really good anyway. And if he made it to the final team, then, you know, he doesn't need to be used twice. Cloyster already proved, quite frankly, that it's probably one of the strongest Pokemon in the entire game. So he doesn't need to prove anything else by being on 2 separate teams. Okay. Man, this is kind of sad, though. But we're at the end. It's probably going to hit even harder when we'd finish the end of the final one. The Hall of Fame. Because that'll literally be the end of the entire chapter, you know? That'll be sad. It's been a hell of a run, though. One hell of a run. I think, dare I say, it's been the best series since I started streaming. Or it's up there. It's up there, I think, in the legendary elite of XCOM and stuff like that, you know? If it's getting put up with XCOM, you know it's good. It's been a hell of a journey, so... XCOM 2 was, like, one of the goats of stream. If it's up in the echelon with XCOM, you know that it was good. And I think it's a hell of a challenge that we finished here. A hell of a journey, and I'm glad that some of us were able to experience it from start to finish. From flying all the way over to Dragon. Which is kind of funny, isn't it? Because you have Dragonite, which was used in the first run ever, and Dragonite, which was also used in the last run ever. Kind of cool, isn't it? He made both teams, both the first and last time we ever used. That's pretty cool, isn't it? Ansia in chat, catch that Pokemon. Or not. Do whatever you want. I do like the music in this game a lot, I've got to say. A hell of a journey, eh? Now, we pause the music because we're going to get DMCA copyright claimed otherwise. And we put the lo-fi on in the background while we wait. And we wait for the credits. Yeah. Yeah. It's wild, man. I kind of can't believe that we did the whole thing, you know? It was a lot of fun. It's a hell of an achievement, I think, Shags, you know? I really do. I think it was a hell of an achievement. To even just make it to the end, I think, was pretty impressive. A lot of work went into that. Yeah, types typed. A lot of effort went into that series, though. I mean, remember, it's like... We've been doing it for a year. There's been a lot of good times doing it. There's been a lot of heartbreak as well during those runs. And, it's kind of weird as well. Monotype has its own kind of special meaning because when we started doing Monotype originally, stream wasn't in a great place. And it sort of almost followed along with when Monotype started, the comeback started of bringing stream back from the doldrums of where it had fallen into. And I suppose from that side of things as well, it almost means more to see where it started when we first started the series again to get all the way to where we are now. Yeah. Kind of crazy though. Absolutely not a small achievement. It was pretty decent, wasn't it? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, man. We've done pretty damn well, though, haven't we, I think? We've done pretty damn well with this game. Time to reflect, though, now, about it, isn't it? About the journey. And these last 6 runs, the special Hall of Famers, are the chance to celebrate what was. But yeah, I think I already said it once, but thanks to anyone who's been here on the journey, you know. It's been a long one. A long one for stream, and it's been a long one for just completing the challenge. And, you know, we've come from a pretty rough place when we started, not gonna lie, to where we are now, and yeah. Thank you to those of you who've been there for the journey. Wonder which run did you consider the most fun? Efficiency aside. Maybe the GG definitely as well. I appreciate you lurking. Ooh. Do you know what? I think it's always stood out to me. I think, Shags, my most fun... It's one of 2, I think. There are some that were cool for other reasons. Like, one was a good example of when we did Ghost, right? Ghost was cool because it had a different thing to it. Because when we did Ghost, it was during my birthday stream. We finished it. So I finished that on my birthday. 12-hour stream. So that was cool. So that one had like its own element of kind of something special to it. But there's 2 that stand out to me, I think, as the most fun runs I think we did. And I think they'll probably surprise a few people. The 2 most fun ones, in my opinion, I wouldn't say one was more fun than the other, but I'd say they were both equally up there, is Poison and Bug. I think they were the 2 most fun. Poison and Bug. Because I think Bug was just fun, because Bug is a super underdog type. I mean, no one was looking at Bug and thinking they were going to go through and lose one fight the entire run, right? Bug was insane. When you think about it like that, Bug lost less fights in the run than Dragon did. Just think about that. Bug lost less fights than Dragon is insane. No one expected that from Bug. And Poison was interesting because Poison, I think we've never had a team that has had as much synergy as Poison did. Everything just worked. It was just the, like, well-oiled machine that just worked perfectly together. And, it just worked so well. There was nothing more to it, you know? It was just great. Hi, Mirage, my dude. Welcome back. Let's kill the poor me. Yeah, Bug was a good one. It went very well, considering. This is what we do, though. Get the picnic out. Let's get our dragons out. All of them there. Oh god, they're all standing next to me. Get away from me. We need to get all of you in shot. Alright, that sort of works. Look how small Appleton is, though, in comparison to the rest of them. Now, let me go and post the screenshot in Discord. That's what we do in the stream chat section. Monotype Dragon, the final team. The final screenshot. It's over. Give him a little pet. Dragonite looks like he's about to murder me. What a run, though. I think Goodra and Dragonite don't like each other very much. They're just roaring at each other. Goodra's, like, going off about something. But, you know, we've done what we set out to do. We finished the challenge. I'm not going to hang around. I'm not going to drag it out. Switch back to the lab. We've done it. Pretty gnarly, that. We finished it. All 18 types. And with that, we're at the end of stream as well. I don't have anything else to really say. So I think we are just going to wrap up. I would normally ask, do we have a raid message? But to be honest, I don't know if I really feel like raiding out today, honestly. I don't think I'm going to. I think I'm just going to end. I don't really feel like it. So I'm going to go through, switch to the end screen, and do our normal thing where I say thanks for everything. But yeah, we're not going to raid out today. You can make your own way out in a minute when I wrap up. I just don't really feel it today. Yeah. So let me put the raid music on that we're not going to use to raid with today because we aren't raiding. But I'll put it on anyway because it signifies the end of stream. And let me run through the list of things real quick. Not so much sleepy shags, but I just don't, yeah, I just don't feel that great today. Oh, there's actually only one thing to say. Never mind. Well, RPG Lover 2000, thank you for the follow earlier. I appreciate it. And welcome to the lab officially. To those of you who made it to the end, thanks for being here. I appreciate you guys hanging out and lurking and chatting and everything you've done. It's been a hell of a series, and I'm sure we will, you know, it won't be the last of Pokemon though. We'll see it again one time, so. I will sort out the stuff for the next runs, the what they called Hall of Fame. I will post it in Discord a bit later on, and you'll get to see what we will be starting with on Sunday, I suppose, and what we're going to be running with. But yeah, I'm not going to drag this out. I don't think there's any point, and you know, there's no point, and nobody cares if I do or don't. So I'm just going to head off now. So I appreciate you guys all being here. Thanks for hanging out with me today. And if you made it to the end, you get a thumbs up from me. And I'll be back on Sunday, okay? Take a few days off, and I'll be back then. So I will talk to you all in a few days, okay? Bye, everybody, and thanks for being here.